practically 2 more chapters and an epilogue? Possibly?
Half a month after the incident at Corellia Fortress, a sense of lingering unease still hung over the Empire. The government increased patrols by the railway military police as part of their counter-terrorism measures. While the noble faction bolstered their provincial armies, there were even rumors that they'd hired several Jaeger corps. At the center of everything was the Imperial Liberation Front. They had allied with a terrorist group from the Republic of Calvert to attack the trade conference in Crossbell. And as we'd seen firsthand, had attacked Corellia Fortress in an attempt to fire the 2 railway guns stationed there. They'd made it abundantly clear that they were no mere insurgents. These were dangerous people we were dealing with. And following their attempts to target Chancellor Osborne and the Reformist faction, rumors started to spread of a possible connection between the Imperial Liberation Front and the noble faction itself.
Oh yeah, oof, this was... Yeah, oof. Ooh.
Meanwhile, new information was filtering in from Crossbell that surprised us all. During the conference, one of the representatives of Crossbell's state government made the daring declaration that Crossbell would soon declare its independence, breaking free from its neighbors Calvert and Erebonia. To no one's surprise, both the Imperial government and the noble faction dismissed it as nothing more than delusional raving. But one thing was clear: that declaration only served to increase the tension in Erebonia and across the continent.
Kitty!
On a cool, clear autumn day, the Academy's prestigious board of directors gathered for their first meeting of the year.
This is where we left off last time because Stream was being a butt.
And that concludes my biannual report.
Good, good. It seems the Academy is running like a well-oiled machine. No administrative student performance is sitting comfortably above the national average on exams and on general aptitude tests, too.
The second-year students seem to be having a banner year as well. The Student Council president, in particular, has built up an outstanding array of extracurricular achievements.
Well, she attended last month's trade conference, and from what I hear, she put the professional secretaries to shame. I only wish the conference could have ended on a more positive note.
I'll say, the share prices of my company have been on a real roller coaster ride ever since.
Undoubtedly, what happened at the trade conference has wreaked havoc on the economy as a whole. But moving on. I couldn't help but notice in the recent exam reports that Class 1 and 2's academic performance seems to be slipping. Perhaps the preferential treatment given to the upper-class students is hindering their scholastic development?
Well, students belonging to the nobility are allowed to return home during August to learn more about their family's lands. It's a tradition here, but one I can't help but wonder if we've outgrown the need for in this modern age.
If I may, traditions accumulate and hold meaning only so long as they're preserved. Our nation's culture, its arts, its social classes, all are rich with tradition that makes Erebonia what it is. And I believe we have a duty to protect and uphold them.
Excuse me. I feel like I have to cough.
After all, does not this very institution champion the ideals of its founder, Emperor Dreikels?
Okay, there we go.
Indeed it does. Though I've always understood Dreikels' intent to be the founding of an academy for the people. Even 200 years ago, when education was seen as the province of the nobility, male commoners were permitted to enroll. Today, we have plenty of young women attending, and the commoners easily outnumber the nobles on campus. Perhaps it's time we started taking strides to realize Emperor Dreikels' true ideal.
You seem to be laboring under a few misconceptions here. Commoners were permitted to attend, but only as retainers. Retainers served knights, who served lords, who served the emperor. That's the way the Erebonian society functioned. From that vantage,
Can't
the
drink up all
structure
this
of the academy
water.
in its earlier days
Small cup.
certainly seems to have embodied that social order. And if that's so, what is there to suggest that it's not the social order itself that has become the aberration?
Well,
For one, if that were the case, it would be far easier for me to see my views put into practice. But I can hardly get a word in edgewise between you two. Well, I'd certainly enjoy a return to the way things were in Dreikels' time, at least in that particular respect.
Our apologies, Your Highness.
well, our role here is to consider your views and work toward implementing them.
See what I mean? Would you be so kind as to help me out here, Principal?
I'm here to moderate this board. It wouldn't do for me to express my position on the issues at hand. That said, I'm sure your passion for reform will triumph in the end, Your Highness.
I suppose I should have known better than to look to my old teacher for sympathy.
Bruh.
It warms my heart to see such a fine teacher-student relationship.
Now, if I may, I'd like to steer this discussion toward a rather timely topic. We've already touched on the issues regarding the Orbal Net and the Orbal Staves, but I'd like to stress again that the adoption of new security measures for the Orbal Net should be a top priority.
Well, I'm certainly inclined to agree. But we'll have to rely on the Foundation directly, as things are looking a little shaky with the IBC.
You can leave that to me. The other matter I'd like to review is the use of the Orbal Staves and the Arcus units. Or more specifically, we need to talk about how Class 7 should operate from here on out. Setting aside the fact that my daughter is a member of Class 7, I think we need to reconsider how the class should be run, in light of what happened at Corellia Fortress. While it certainly proved an excellent chance to see what the Arcus units are capable of, I have serious doubts about whether we should carry on with these field studies, given the current political climate.
Again, isn't that what their class was meant for? To show the dangers?
To do so, I admit. With the terrorists at large and the problems in Crossbell unresolved, these are uncertain times.
At the very least, I believe it may be in the class's best interest to cancel this month's field study. We could always resume them once the terrorists have been arrested and the situation in Crossbell calms down.
Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world. I'm sure you all recognize the words of Emperor Dreikels. They become something of a school motto here. It's my belief that Class 7's actions at Corellia Fortress perfectly embody the spirit of that directive. They stood together to stop a tragedy in the making and, in a sense, protected the foundation of our world. No one ordered them to do it. They took action of their own free will because they knew in their hearts what was right. Some might call it recklessness. Some may think it rash. Some may even venture to call it hubris. However, as chairman of this academy, I'm incredibly proud of what the brave young men and women of Class 7 achieved.
Me too. I agree.
Your Highness.
Like I even said this after I ended. I'm like, whatever this chapter or the next or like whatever gets thrown at Class 7, they can take it because they've done so much stuff over the course of these months and the chapters I played. Like they've actually done what normal kids wanting to go to school would do. Like I would think that like they would want to do what they want to. Like Elliot, for instance, he wanted to go to music. He wanted to do music. He still went to the school to do music. But you see how he literally doesn't care and decides to do military stuff on the side with it? Like, they had an option to go pursue their dreams, and instead they went to the school and was like, hey, I mean, if Class 7 if this is what this class is for, then I'll give it a shot and try. And look where they are now, months later. I think they're strong enough to handle what's coming up. Do I think they're strong enough to beat it? I don't know.
Troubled times may lay in store for Erebonia, and for the entire continent in the months and years to come. But I believe that makes something like Class 7's field studies all the more significant.
I agree.
The experiences they're having now will help them find the strength and the means to press on through adversity.
Mm-hmm.
I can't be the only one who feels this way, can I?
No, you're not wrong.
They do seem to be showing remarkable growth. That much is true. Although I have no idea how much my daughter is really capable of, immature as she is.
Wow, you're such a caring mother.
I could say the same of my hothead of a son.
I do wonder about my brother sometimes. However, it does seem that enrolling at this academy has helped him start breaking out of his shell.
Aw, such a good brother.
With the Academy Festival coming next month, we hadn't even planned a field study. So the issue at hand is just whether to hold a field study at the end of this month or not. I'd like to ask those in favor of going ahead with this month's field study to please raise their hands.
I want to know who all raised their hands. You can't do this to me. I want to know who raised their hands.
All right, I'd like to begin by taking everyone's ideas for our class's part in the school festival. The festival will run for 2 days next month, the 23rd and the 24th.
Mm-hmm.
Equipment setup and the other preparatory work will begin in the afternoon 2 days before the start of the festival. But there's a lot of preparation needed before we get to that point, and the sooner we get that underway, the better.
That's all the more reason to figure out what exactly we want to do. Some of our options include displays, events, stage shows, and cafes. Does that sound right, Crow?
Yeah, though no class I know would settle for just some simple display.
Of course you would.
I mean, come on. No one ever said, boy, we better rush to get in the line for that display.
Either way, I'd like to start by soliciting some ideas from all of you. We're just brainstorming right now, so feel free to say whatever comes to mind.
William's face is always... It's a mood. It's a very big mood. Yeah.
Would it kill you all to give just a teensy bit of cooperation?
I know. It's just...
It's kind of hard to focus right now.
Oh, right, because I'm still thinking about last month.
You're one to talk, standing up there with your nervous fidgeting.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised.
The board of directors is in session as we speak, deciding what'll happen to our class.
Oh, they're thinking about that.
And those of us with family members who sit on that board probably have even more cause for concern.
You can say that again. We can't even be sure whether there'll be a field study this month.
That's about the long and short of it. With everything that happened during last month's field study, it honestly wouldn't surprise me if they just canceled it.
I doubt they would, right?
I can't say I have any particular feelings of attachment to our field studies. But I refuse to accept needless changes to our curriculum, especially with my brother involved in the decision-making process.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
Makes sense to me. We also have to account for the fact that going on our field study means that much less time to prepare for the festival. So, as you can see, it presents a bit of a problem.
Man, look at you guys taking this all seriously.
Why are you so laid back, Crow?
I probably should have asked a little earlier, but... What's this festival you guys keep talking about?
Right, she's never been to one.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I mean, she goes around and the... Fuck, I forgot the department's name, but she goes around the world doing important business. I doubt a kid like her goes out to a festival.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have gone over that for your benefit.
Every year, the students here organize and put on a school-wide festival. There are stage events, food stalls, and all kinds of things to see and do.
Food! Food is best. Food is life. Why didn't that alert pop up, Crimson? I didn't even, like... Actually, is chat not even working? Chat is not working. What? Alert's not working either. Hello? I'm so sorry, Crimson. That is bizarre that, like, nothing popped up for me. I don't even see your recent thing. I'm actually offended that this did not play. Thank you for the resub. Hold up. Let me, like, make sure my alerts are working. My alerts aren't working! What? Give me 1 second. Let me test this really quick. There we go. Gotta get the chat box back. see if this works. No, it's still not working. Ah! Let's try this again. I didn't even see it. I didn't even hear the alert. Let me test the chat now. Okay. Chat's working again. Thank God. I can't replay your alert though for some odd reason. Where's my dashboards? Your thing is nowhere near. Boo! Anyway, Crimson, thank you for the resub of 19 months. I'm so sorry that did not pop up or I did not hear it. That's strange and bizarre, and I apologize. Thank you for your subscription. And I hope you enjoy your emotes and your sub badge.
And it generally falls to each of the first-year classes to provide the main attractions.
Yeah, participating is optional for the second years, since by this point they're usually focusing on their future careers. Oh, and each of the clubs generally get involved too.
Huh, that sounds fun. In that case, we have to do something. We can't just let the other classes roll over us because we're small.
You say that, but I've already had one of the girls from Class 1 bluster up to me declaring that this time victory will be all ours.
What?
Yeah.
It must have been Ferris. That sounds exactly like something she'd say.
Well, Class 1 does seem to have had it in for us ever since the midterm results were announced.
If it's all the same, I'd rather not see the House of High Arms claim yet another nominal victory. But we need to account for the fact that our class is markedly smaller than theirs is.
That's certainly true.
It'd help if we at least knew what the other classes are doing.
It kind of seems like everyone's having trouble staying focused.
Come on, everyone, get it together.
Instructor Sarah?
Isn't this a self-study period?
Oh, it was. But I thought you all might like to know that the Board of Directors meeting just adjourned a few minutes ago. So I decided to skip along down here and be the first to break the news.
Then?
What about our next field study? Are we still on?
The Chancellor's not the only one with a little too much iron in his blood. Because the board voted unanimously to have you continue your field studies.
You mean it?
So that's how it is.
You know, even though they're always hard work, I actually feel a little relieved.
I mean, who would say no through growth?
Considering all that happened last month, we'll need to be especially careful this time around.
Still, it feels like our field studies are a big part of who we are as a class.
Yeah.
They're kind of a pain, but oh well.
Uh-huh. Feel you like them.
We should be grateful to His Highness and the directors.
That's good news.
Seeing the hard road and the easy road, then picking the hard one anyway. That's youth for you.
It also sounded like His Highness and the directors will be taking off in pretty short order. So I'll let you guys out of study hall early to go see them if you want.
Oh,
If you say so.
I think I'll take you up on that.
Oh, you're gonna go see your brother? Oh, I hope this was voiced. That's sad. Aww. He's worried about you. Wow! Oh my god, her mom. Wow, her mom's making excellent points.
Still, I wasn't expecting to find myself indebted to you again so soon. Without your intervention, the Chancellor and I would have met our maker in Crossbow.
Don't mention it.
We're just relieved you're all okay, Your Highness.
indeed. I'm glad you were able to focus on making a positive contribution at the conference.
Well, Emma, the outcome was not positive, as he said, but...
I wish I could tell you that's exactly what I did. I could scarcely find a place to chime in once the Chancellor and the Republic's President got going. Though the Mayor of Crossbell managed to dumbfound even them.
I presume you're referring to his proposal for Crossbell's independence?
Hard to believe it could actually happen.
Well, as long as both Erebonia and Calvard refuse to accept it, the likelihood of it actually happening is incredibly low. Still, they're planning to hold a referendum on the issue to see if the population is in favor of it. So there'll be plenty more chances for disputes to break out over the issue.
Well, neither of them want to lose all that sweet tax revenue from Crossbell. Half of it flows into the provinces too, so like, fat chance the noble faction's gonna take that line down.
Milliam.
She's not wrong! she speaks her mind.
I swear, this kid has all the delicacy of a rock to the face.
So you're Milliam, are you? Your name seems to have come up with increasing frequency lately. I was hoping for a chance to see the famous Eric Getlem in action, though.
Oh, sure thing. Come on, Lamb!
Shut up.
Whoa there. Cool your jets.
I'm not sure this is the best place to call out Eric Getlem. Just a hunch.
Lame.
They're not wrong.
Objection overruled.
That could have gotten messy.
Honestly, it would save us all a lot of trouble if you could just refrain from saying whatever pops into your mind, too.
Lame.
Oh, who might you be?
Say, are you from the Vander family? The one who serves as the prince's bodyguard?
Oh, did Neidhart mention me? I'm Mueller Vander of the 7th Armored Division. I was with the Prince at the conference in Crossbell, so I'm in your debt as well. Glad to be able to thank you personally.
The honor is ours, sir.
It's an honor to meet a member of the esteemed Vander family.
Ah, so you're the Radiant Blade Master's daughter. And you must be a practitioner of the 8 Leaves, 1 Blade style. I'm always happy to meet fellow students of the sword. Oh, and you must be the young man from Nord who my uncle wrote a reference for.
Yes, that would be me. I owe a lot to Lieutenant General Vander.
It sounds like he's in your debt as well, with everything that happened in Nord a few months ago. Well, you all seem like dependable young men and women. Perhaps the prince's idea had some merit to it after all.
See? What did I tell you? And it's not just Class 7 either. The whole academy seems so full of life. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to break down social barriers by getting to know all of them in the academy's pool.
I hate you, Oliver. I hate that I like you and you say shit like this. Why?
If you really want to work up a sweat, I'd be glad to let you run back to Heimdall. If you kept up a good sprint, I'll bet you could even make it in a couple hours.
You'd actually make me do it, too. Cruelty. My name is Mueller.
It's like their hearts practically beat in sync.
That's certainly one way to look at it. I wonder how long they've known each other.
Well then, I bid you all a fond farewell.
Bye, Oliver.
I hope we have the chance to meet again soon.
Me too. Oh God. summer uniform. Wow. I have 10 of these. Don't I have all of their DLC stuff? Oh, I only have the casual clothes. What the heck? Is my thing okay? God, I really need to buy me a new controller. Oh my god! Stop! Stop it. Where did I get all this stuff?
Insects, huh? Well, it is fall, I guess. Hard to believe I've already been here half a year. The festival used to seem so far off, and now it's just next month. The past 6 months really have flown by.
Huh? Is that you, Reed?
Toa! It's one of Best Girls.
Toa? Hey there. Haven't seen you out in a...
Well, the meeting I was in ended a little early. So I thought that was a nice point to call it a day.
I see. Did you guys discuss the Academy Festival?
Yep. We've still got a lot we need to nail down before next month to keep the preparations running smoothly. There's enough to discuss that we're actually meeting again tomorrow.
Sounds like work's really keeping you busy then.
Yep.
By the way, have you figured out what you'd like me to help you with tomorrow? I'll even take the tasks now if you have them handy.
Oh, I usually sort those out before I go to bed. I guess I could go over them now, but there's some shopping I really need to do. Sorry, is it okay if I give them to you tomorrow morning like usual?
That's totally fine.
Rean, there's something I want to tell you, and I'm sorry it's taken me so long to say it, but I want you and everyone from Class 7 to know how grateful I am for what you did at Corellia Fortress.
As long as you're okay, Toa, I will. That's all the gratitude I need.
Oh. It's fine, really. We've gotten plenty of rounds of thanks for it already.
Need to like.
We just kind of ended up in the wrong place at the right time, and we were lucky the instructors were there, and...
That doesn't change the fact that you saved my life. I wasn't on the same floor where the conference was being held. But if a shot from the railway guns had hit Orcus Tower, I doubt I'd be standing here today.
Toa.
Aww.
I'm just glad you're safe.
Me too.
Thanks. Anyway, I feel like I'm just kind of babbling on and repeating myself now, so I'll stop myself here.
Huh. She's awfully conscientious, isn't she? Oh, you said you were on your way out to do some shopping, right? Is there a lot on your list?
Well, a pretty good amount, I suppose. Oh, and I just remembered I need to pick up that stuff at the bookstore, too. Then after I get everything I need at the general store, I might have to make a trip back here to drop it off.
You could do that. Or I could come along with you and help carry all those bags. So how about it? No strings. I just feel like you could use a hand.
Oh no, there's no way I could drag you along on all my errands.
Yes, you can.
I mean, sure, it'd be a big help, but I just feel so bad asking you to do it. Ugh, that makes it sound like deep down I secretly want you to come, and that's not...
Well, if it eases your conscience, there's actually something I need your advice on. It's about my class and what we can do for the upcoming festival.
Ugh.
That should be everything. Wow, is it this late already?
I guess the sun has started setting a little earlier lately. Still, I had no idea you came here often.
Well, Mick is always able to get stuff you can't buy anywhere else. He's my go-to guy when there's something I can't get at the Academy store, like fireworks to use in school events. I think we even asked him for a penguin costume once, and he actually got it.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a pretty unique shopping list.
Uh-huh. Wait! How did you end up with all those bags? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Here, give me some of those.
He's fine. He's a strong boy. He can handle it.
Don't worry about it. I'm fine. You're carrying plenty as it is.
Sorry, Reen. Well, how about we take a break in the rest area over there? I'll buy you a coffee or something. You wanted to ask me something about the Academy Festival too, right? Ooh, yeah. That does sound like a problem. Well, your class doesn't have enough people to do anything that involves large-scale equipment or decorations. You all could get together and run a little cafe without any problems, if you all wanted to do something like that.
I'd thought about it, yeah. Still, if we're going to do something, I at least want it to be as impressive as what the other classes are doing.
Feeling a little competitive, aren't we, Reen? Well, you have enough people to put on a play or run a game tournament. But other first-year classes have already applied to do both of those.
I see. I don't really want to copy an idea another class is already doing. Come to think of it, what did your class do last year?
Oh, it was a cat-themed coffee shop where we all wore cat suits.
That sounds amazing.
And then there was that other event I did with Angie and the others.
Oh, you guys got together and did something else too?
It's nothing. Just forget I said anything. We didn't put on any event, and even if we did, it wouldn't have been on stage.
I think you just let the cat out of the bag. So, you guys did do something on stage? What exactly was it?
Me and my big mouth.
You're fine, Toa.
You really want to know?
Yes.
If you don't mind telling me anyway. Who knows? It might help me think of something Class 7 could do.
Well, if you insist, I can't turn down a chance to help a sweet, fledgling first year, especially after how much you helped me. I'll reach down to my toes and muster every last bit of courage to tell you.
Thanks. Was it some kind of traumatic experience or something?
Well, in short, we put on a musical performance. A little concert of sorts, you could say.
Wow, really? I wouldn't have expected that from you guys. So you can play an instrument then?
I am afraid not. That's how I got stuck being the singer. Angie, Crow, and George all played for the show, though.
Censor, please.
Wow, that actually sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. If we put on a musical show, I'm sure Elliot would be a big help. So, what kind of music was it? Classical? Folk? Show tunes?
Well, it's hard to describe, but it was passionate, really modern.
I'm not sure I get what you mean.
Well, it's not really a genre that's caught on in the Empire yet. You definitely wouldn't hear it played in Heimdall's Opera House, that's for sure.
Always Spencer, I don't know if you saw yesterday, because I told Kippy, but I almost made it to Ultra last night, and I'm so sad about it.
Huh?
Alright. Do you have some free time tomorrow evening? If you can't come until after you're done exploring the old schoolhouse, that's okay with me.
Tomorrow evening? Yeah, I should be free. Should I meet you in the student council room?
Oh no. Can you go to the computer room in the main school building?
Sure thing. Does this have something to do with the concert you held last year?
You'll just have to find out tomorrow night. Anyway, sorry to keep asking favors of you, but would you mind coming to the lower class dormitory with me? If we stay out here much longer, we're going to miss dinner at the dorms.
You have a point. But really, I'm fine with all the bags. Just leave the heavy lifting to me.
You're so stubborn.
He is, but he's a nice gentleman. Okay. Okay, and then the old schoolhouse. Okay. 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 I have 4 bonding points. I can hang out with Sarah. Emma, Laura again. Cool. Elliot. Millium's still not free. The Usus. Well done. Okay. I don't know what I have, but we'll see what I have. What do I have? Let me see. Oh, well, here you go. Sure. Oh wow. I have too many ingredients. Okay. Whoops. She's in the gym.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Good morning, Angelica. I saw you'd placed a request for me. I'm assuming this one isn't on behalf of the engineering club?
Yeah, this one's a personal favor.
Okay.
Anyway, I hate beating around the bush, so let me get to the point. Will you spar with me?
You want to fight?
Don't look so surprised. This is a military academy after all. I enjoy the martial arts as much as anyone. It's not like I spend all my time on the prowl for beautiful maidens to deflower.
Is that really something you should be fessing up to?
Nope.
Still, this feels so out of the blue. Did something happen?
You're overthinking it.
I think she's a little upset that something almost happened to Toa.
It's just that it's been a while since I got any good exercise. No need to make a big deal out of it. Just think of it as a fun way to kill some time. So, you in?
Right, Spencer?
All right, I'm game for it.
Much obliged. Well, let's not waste any more fighting time talking.
Your stance is...
Don't think of holding back on me now. Though I'm a bit rusty, so I don't know how much of a fight I'll put up.
You wouldn't know it just looking at her. Her guard seems flawless. If I leave any openings, she's going to run me into the ground. No worries. I'm planning to give you everything I've got.
That's what I want to hear. Well then, come at me. Let's see what you're made of.
Here we go! Here we go!
Oh my god.
Second form, Gale! Too slow! Go! Second form, Gale!
I'm not holding back this time. It's time!
Wow. Okay. Fine. You're doing that, right?
bad workout.
Okay, it's safe for now. I did it.
I should have expected a swordsman of the 8 Leaves One Blade School wouldn't go down so easily. If I'd been keeping up with my training, I could have given you a stiffer challenge.
If you hadn't just told me, I wouldn't have guessed you'd skipped a single day of your training. In fact, you're actually even stronger than I expected you'd be.
I'm still just a fledgling. Got a long way to go before I can really serve up an A+ beatdown. I'm nowhere near as strong as Instructor Sarah, and my old master was pretty amazing herself.
Oh, believe me, I felt plenty of skill and training in every punch you landed. By the way, your fighting style reminded me a lot of the Eastern martial art Taito. Are you a practitioner by any chance?
I should have guessed you'd be familiar with it. Around 7 years ago, I met a lady from the East who was traveling around the Empire. I kinda ran away from home and followed her around for about half a year, and she taught me Taito. I've mixed in a bit of my own flavor over time, though. Good old-fashioned fisticuffs.
Even now, I still find it hard to believe you're from one of the 4 great houses.
Aren't you the flatterer? You're gonna make me blush.
That wasn't flattery.
I was gonna say.
Well, we might not be as tangled up as Eustace's family, but House Ragnar has its fair share of issues. Guess that's why my rebellious teenage impudence has hung on so long. Even now, there are still some family affairs I worry about.
What kinds of things?
It'd probably be better if I kept it to myself, at least for now. Anyway, I'm lucky to have met Toa, Crow, and George, and then some cool first years like you guys. I'm glad I came to Thor's. Right now, in my life, you guys are all I need.
Aww.
Angelica.
But hey, it's nice to know I can still hold my own in a fight. At least I know that if worse comes to worse, I should be able to keep Toa and the others safe.
I knew that's what she was actually worried about.
And knowing that is enough to have made this all worthwhile. Thanks, Reen.
You're welcome. Glad to finally be able to help you out for a change. And besides, it sounds like some good ideas for what Class 7 can do for the festival might just be coming my way.
I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys come up with. And yeah, I hear you'll be spending some alone time with Toa this evening, hmm?
Yeah, I will.
What?
Oh, there's no need to be embarrassed. It's just that Toa might be perfectly professional when it comes to work. But she's more than a little inexperienced when it comes to the menfolk.
Why do you know this?
So promise me you'll be gentle with her, okay?
That, not in that way, Angelica.
Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh wait, I almost forgot. I wanted to give you this for helping me out. Anyway, see you around. I'll let you know when I'm ready for round 2.
She really is one of a kind. Oh well, I guess I should be going too.
We still have the schoolhouse to do, but before we do the bonding episode things, I need to... Oh, hi, Crow! Oh, wait. Hi, Crow. Oh, I wasn't trying to talk to you again. But hi. You're great. I want to give that to somebody. I might give that to Laura. Oh. shield 3, right? I mean, like... Ooh, attack 3. Ooh. I think I already have this on, but we'll see. I probably may have actually accidentally bought the same things twice. I did. I think Reen is fine with attack 3. Yeah, he has attack 3. Yes. He does. Okay. Oh! Right, yes. Actually, here. Get that to Laura. You already have shield 3, yes. Why did I not? Well, I can get that to you, actually. Have I actually opened that for you? It is already open. Ah! Right. I'm not gonna really use you. I think Emma's fine with what she has. No, stop it! Controller! Controller, I will fight you. There we go. And then sell. Oops. Exchange. Actually, it's an exchange. I want to give that to... Hey, does anyone else have criminal? No. I could give that to Reen, actually. But... okay, time to do... I need to literally buy a new PS4 controller. I keep forgetting to do it. Mine drifts a lot to the point where it gets hard to control what I'm doing. Alright, so... No, I found a lot of them on Amazon, actually. I just forget to buy it. Just because PS5 stuffs are happening doesn't mean they completely stopped PS4 accessories and controllers. You can still find a lot of PS4 stuff. They're just pushing for PS5. Hello, Edge. Yes, I'm hanging out with Sus Emma. Because regardless if she's very sus, I still like her. I just wish she would open up to me more. I'm also going to hang out with Instructor Sarah and Fee. Because a certain someone doesn't want to hang out. And no, not Crow. I meant Alyssa. She hasn't wanted to hang out with me in forever. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I don't have her in my party a lot. So she's like, I don't really have the need to talk to you, but you know. She's actually the only girl that refuses to hang out with me. Actually. I think I've hung out with everybody except Alyssa. It's weird. I still haven't decided yet. Do I want to go with Laura or Emma? But I'll sleep on it. Because those are the two I like the most. You went through all 4 games for her? Worth it? Well, I'm glad you have a good wife who you can stick with. Alyssa's not bad, it's just... She rubbed me the wrong way at the beginning, and now, not being able to get to know her, kinda, is like... it's like at the same boat as Emma. Like, I can like you, right? But tell me more about yourself. Don't keep secrets about yourself. Because then... it's gonna steer me away from you. Mysterious girls are fine until they actually open up to you. When you're always mysterious, kind of derange the purpose of waifu material. Tea! Tea and cookies. Spencer, please. Alright. And I'm pretty sure Laura's next door. Oh, here she is. Hi, Laura! Highest east of Trestia. Trista. Trestio. Wow, words. Trista. Are we having a picnic date? She did bring me out for a picnic date. Cute. She's cute. Reem, why did you say that? Aww. That's so cute. Yes, very much so. Aww. That's incredibly adorable. Laura might just win my waifu material. She's so cute and everything. She's a sword fighter. She cooks. She's cute looking. And she's badass. Everything I want in a girl. Alright. Do I dare hang out with instructor Sarah? Will that even like... I don't even think I can do status with her. That is. Links. That's where I want to go. No, I can't. Wait! She's already 4? Alyssa, we don't hang out. How are we 4? Hello? That's astonishing. Well then. I was almost 5 along with Laura. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything with Professor, so maybe I should just hang out with her for the fun of it. Or I could hang out with Elliot, to be honest. I have 2 left. Does it show it in game? Okay, so is it worth wanting to hang out with her? Because I was going to do it because she's there. And why not hang out with an instructor? Where is she? She's of course she's sitting at a bar drinking. Instructor. Of course she is. And Fee is the next one I want to hang out with, because Miriam doesn't want to hang out this time. Don't know why. I mean, granted, thank you that I don't have to romance a 13-year-old. Thank God, that would have been awkward as fuck, but I still want to get her link up so when she's in battle, it will go up naturally. Oh yeah, Middless. Alright, after you go in App's house. I don't want to go in App's house. He doesn't explore. Who wants to go in a house that doesn't explore? Huh? Oh, Sarah. Oh. I'm seeing a soft side to her. I'll just go in Crow's house. Aw, Reem. You telling me Reem's not the best husbando? He literally is best husbando. Well, yeah. No, yeah. Crow is second. Crow is second. Crow is definitely second. Reem is first. Yes, that will always stick in my head. Instructor, no. Instructor, stop. Yay, she's also a 4. Yay! Alright, next is Fee. Wait, are you outside the gymnasium? Is that where you are? Oh, you're out late. Oh, you're at the garden. You're watching flowers. Your herbs. Nah. No, I'm glad you like it here. Oh? You're hugging her face too much in your bosoms. Poor Fee. Fee is growing. Granted, she still does small sentences, but she's growing from when I first saw her. Oh, she delivered it to Sarah. That's wholesome. And she gave one to Laura. Aww. Oh, hi, Alyssa. When are we gonna hang out? You're avoiding me. I feel it. Aww. That's so nice. Alright, well, now that that's done, let's go to the old schoolhouse. I bought a cookbook, didn't I? Make sure I buy all the cookbooks. Because I forgot to do them so early. That's why I want to do an NT Plus file on my own time. Because I want to get all of the side quest stuff that I missed, that I feel like I missed, and all the cookbooks and fishes that I'm clearly missing out on. That's a general store, isn't it? Oh. Who got the cookbook? Is it the bookstore? Because I'm dummy. Yep. This cats. Minigame, oh, you showed them to Emma. That's tough because I didn't really play any mini games. I mean, that is very tough because, like, it didn't really. I'd probably still have to say the Danganronpa games. Their mini games are probably still my favorite. Yeah, see, look at all these recipe books I'm missing.
Okay, let's give this a try. There we go.
Oh, fuck. No! I can still bring Fee, but damn. Sadness. I might switch out. Why did I put Crow at the bottom and now put Laurel there? I mean, not Emma there. I should have done that. Hold up. I did that team wrong. I wasn't thinking. I'll just put my favorites in there. But Crow! We'll do it that way. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'll do it that way. That way we have support in the mix, just in case. My team is all messed up and weird. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That's the last one? Wait, what? This is our last floor? Yay! Don't get my hopes up. I'm very scared for how the 6th floor is going to look. This is going to be an adventure. Alyssa, Elliot, Laura, Fee, and William. That's not a bad team. That is not a bad team. I just love Crow too much to leave him out. Because honestly, my team would have been Reen, William, Emma, Laura, and Fee. But I love Crow too much to leave him out. So, if I need to switch him out with either Fee, or with either Fee or Laura, I'll do it. Takata loves Elliot, as she should. As she very much should. Wait, I forgot to say it at the beginning. Wait.
Please be careful, everyone.
Wait, Emma, wait. I'm gonna save here. Just in case I get lost and I'm stupid. Because that's gonna happen. If this truly is the last floor, then this is gonna be lots of stupid hard enemies. But again, Persona has taught me, well, Persona 3 has taught me, that just because it's the last floor does not mean anything. There could be lots of things happening after this.
Come at me. Here we go. The second form, Gale. Go.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Dance, flames. Astral flare.
Leave it to me. Freeze. Get it?
Yes, sir. Get him.
See? I don't slack off all.
Great!
We're almost getting to the 60s. Well, not really. We're early 50s, but okay. Let me look at this. Okay, so that's where we came. That's taking me there. So if I go this way, okay, there's the thing right there. Okay, I gotta remember this. Oh, there's another one here too.
My turn.
Freeze! Get it?
My turn.
It's my turn. Dance, flames. Astro flare. Yes, sir. Get him.
Ow.
My turn. Second form. Gale.
My turn. Freeze! Get it?
Maybe Crow is not good here, and I should probably bring back Laura, because he's not doing the damage I want him to. How dare you!
It's my turn. Arcus, activate.
Too slow.
Yeah. Thanks.
Here we go. Ha.
Thanks. Bad idea.
Leave it to me.
Yep.
Go. Second form. Gale.
Yeah. Hear me.
My turn.
I love you, Crow, but you're not doing the damage I need you to.
No escape! We should keep going.
Okay, so I can't go that way. So before we do that, let me fight this thing.
Let's go, Lemmy.
Go. Second form. Get out.
Gotcha.
You're done.
It's my turn. Yeah. Yes, sir. Don't. Making pro. Yay, treasure!
Where? I don't see treasure. Okay, so I actually need the blue one now. Hi, Jenny. How you doing?
It's my turn. Yeah. Yes, sir. Get him.
My turn. The second form, Gale. Now's our chance.
Gotcha.
My turn. Hey! You still have a lot of training to do.
I did it. Yay, treasure! Let's go, Lemmy. Okay.
I'm doing well. I'm just glad to be able to stream.
Here I go. Get him now.
Got him. My turn. The second form, go.
Gotcha. Now. Let's keep going.
So the last week of 2021 is. Are y'all excited for the new year? Do y'all have any plans? I still have to write down my goals for streaming next year, but I'll get to that after stream. Or what I think I want to do. Ah! I didn't get to see that.
We'll have
How
to
dare
find
you?
our way. Yeah. Gleaming blade. Go. Now.
An opening.
Go. Second form, Gale.
God, this move is actually broken.
Get him.
Of course.
My turn. Second form, Gale.
As it should be, but Jesus.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
Sorry, I missed a couple things in chat because I was too busy doing that. Good luck, Crimson. Well, Crimson, I guess me and you are the only two that's actually going for Xiao and Zhongli. Well, I already have Zhongli. I'm going for Constellations for Zhongli, but it seems like me and you are the only two that's actually going for both of them instead of just one of them. No, I didn't add you. I knew I forgot to do something.
All challengers.
I knew I forgot to do something. No. I was on Twitch, and I'm like, I feel like I'm forgetting something, and I'm like, nah, it's my brain. It's fine. It's nothing. And I never clipped the Emma thing. Damn it.
Gotcha.
Understood.
Yes, and please remind me to do that after stream. I will immediately do that.
This is our real power.
I've only...
I don't have any, personal goals yet because I'm still thinking about it. And I don't want to set a goal for myself that, I literally am not going to remember. But I do have a couple goals for streaming, but there's one goal that's never gonna happen. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, I went the wrong way. Shit. One of my goals for 2022 is to actually start my YouTube again. Don't know how yet, but I can figure out a way. Okay, so let's try this again. Okay, so that one's down. Where do I go for that one? Per se. Ah! How do I get down there? Hold up. I hate these things. I hope I never see them again in Cold Steel 2. I never want to see these again in Cold Steel 2. Please, for life with me.
I welcome all challengers. Right. No escape. Yeah. Off guard.
I'll help.
Fall. Go.
There.
You can either confirm or deny that they'll be there. It's no. No. I don't want it. They're so fucking. They're confusing mechanisms. I would rather do everything else but these mechanisms.
My turn. There. Yeah, you didn't stand a chance.
Please hold your block.
Oh, Crow. Oh, Crow.
Is that a treasure chest?
I can't get it.
Oh no, we need to regroup.
I mean, I'm not upset with this group, to be honest. Unless I'll kill my party. I don't need. Hang in there. Oh my god, no.
My turn. No escape. Yeah.
Fuck.
I was careless.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Just kill her. I have to restart this battle anyway.
We're out of formation. I was
What the fuck?
careless.
Wasn't strong enough.
Can I literally have a good roll, please? Actual bullshit. Emma can't do anything. Cool, cool, cool!
I'm sorry. everyone. I'm done for.
They caught us off guard. But no matter.
Oh my god, this sucks!
I was careless.
What the fuck?
Wasn't strong enough.
I can't do anything! What did you want me to do?
I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh. If I return to title screen, I have to redo everything all over again.
No way! That's just cheating! I'll handle it.
Right. 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 Hold up. You're right.
There you go. Silky dance. That's that. Here I go.
Thank you, Edge.
Get him. Now.
Broken.
Yeah.
Of course. Shatter!
I'll handle it.
That should have killed you, but okay.
Don't mess with us.
Oh my god, that was actually stupid. Alright, well. Thank you, Edge, for that. I don't know why I didn't think of it. Alright, let's try this again. No, I want to use it.
Oh man, we're still not through.
No, we're not. Alright.
The advantage is ours.
The second form, Gale!
Yes, sir. Get him. It's my turn. Here.
Of course. Huh! Evil will fall before my blade.
Dang it, I tried to go around and hit him in the back.
Here they come. Be careful, everyone.
Oh well.
My turn. The second form, Gale! Go!
Gotcha.
You're done!
It's my turn. Gleaming blades. Go!
the power of the 8 leaves. We have nothing to fear. Here we go. The second floor. Dan has her chance.
Gotcha. It's my turn. Dance, play. Master Claire. My turn. There.
Of course. Hey! You still have a...
Ah!
Here they come. It's my turn. Dance, play. Master Claire.
Right. No, it's
Go! The second floor. Dance!
My turn. Get him! Yeah!
Nice. It's sad I want to bring Crow, but Crow does not do a lot of damage for me. And that's, sad. I was trying to make sure they didn't try to ambush me again.
The second floor. Dan has her chance. Let's go, everyone. This is our real power. I did it.
Be careful, everyone. Okay. Gleaming blades. Go! This is it!
An opening!
Here we go! Second form, Gale! That's that. Let's keep moving.
Oh my god, I'm sorry if you're hearing him yell. I honestly think he's worse than me, and I play Unite.
We appear to have reached the exit.
Watch out. This is a tough one.
Yes, sir! Here goes!
My turn.
What the hell? Did I take off her thing accidentally? I did. No! Oh well.
Shatter!
I wanted to get Emma in here, but
Here we go.
whatever.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah, gotcha.
Understood.
It's my turn. Oh, Moon, shield us from harm. Crescent shell.
Oh no, you don't.
Yes, sir. Get him.
Here we go. Second form, Gale. Now's our chance.
Gotcha.
Of course. Shatter! Off guard.
I'll help. Yeah. Gleaming blades. Go. This is it.
An opening.
Ah! You okay, Reed?
Yes, sir. Get him.
Go. Second form, Gale.
That was really easy. For that one, at least.
Right. Shatter! Now!
I'll help. It's my turn.
Go. All right, let's do this.
Leave it
Give it to me.
Yes, sir. Get him. It's my turn.
Dang it, Reed.
Oh, Moon, shield us from harm. Crescent shell.
My turn. Shatter! Now! Our time is now!
Understood. Gotcha. Yeah.
Go. Second form, Gale.
Yes, sir. Get him. Yeah. Oh, Moon, shield us from harm. Crescent shell.
Here we go.
Oh, that was very stupid. Now you die.
Second form, Gale.
Oh, now you definitely die.
Go.
Gotcha.
Wow, that was probably one of the most easiest bosses that I faced.
You bad guys better watch out.
I sure would.
I feel like I'm growing stronger. I'm awesome.
Not bad.
Yeah, more of that. Thanks.
Success.
No. Oh, so sorry, I didn't answer your question. No, that's not the reason why I like Crow. Crow is just, he's a nerd. That's the best way to handle it. He's a nerd that thinks he's he thinks he's a ladies' man, but he's not. That's why. I don't think Robbie is in this game. I know, thanks to Edge, a lot of the Persona cast is in here. Like Morgana's in here. Kamoshida's in here. Who else did you say was in here? Yusuke's in here, which is also a letdown because his character is literally great, but not at the same time. He's like Crow. He's great, but he also thinks that he knows things. It's honestly saddening that this is Yusuke's voice actor voices that character. Who else was in this game that you told me about? God, my brain. See, you told me so late at night, Edge, I don't remember half the characters. Oh, Lavenza's in here? Yeah, young Xehanort is here. And he's one of my favorite characters, and I hate that? I know you said Lavenza's in this game. I think that's it. You told me a lot, but my brain is out of part. Margaret from Persona 4 is here. But I don't think she's played Persona 4, so she won't understand the greatness that is Margaret. But yeah, there's a lot of characters a lot of voice actors that I know from other games are in here, which I'm very shocked about. Unit, I don't know what you see in young Xehanort. I don't know what you see in him. He's an annoying piece of turd. Reset? Oh wow, Reset's here? Oh, she's in my party too. That's nice. Do I want to leave? I think 54 is at a good level, right? I mean, I am doing a field study this month. Bah. No, he's not. No. I hate young Xehanort with a passion. Yes, and Emma is Konami from P4 Dancing. Yay. My favorite all-time girl from Persona 4 Dancing. What Crimson said? Listen, y'all have some weird taste in Kingdom Hearts, man. Speaking of Kingdom Hearts, man, who's ready for Saturday? I almost said Friday. It's Saturday. It's a Saturday. I start my Kingdom Hearts marathon journey on Saturday. I get to cry about Kingdom Hearts again. It's great. Still haven't decided my playthrough for it though. Like, a part of me wants to play Proud Mode on each of them, but I'm already doing a challenge run at the end of my marathon. Why would I want to do more challenges? Is my thing. It's Kidder. And we also get to talk about what potential we want for the 20th anniversary, because That's coming up in March, I'm pretty sure. Or, well, we don't know the actual date of the event, but we know it's coming next year. Oh, really? Have you now? Fee, tell me more that Emma refuses to tell me. Think she and I would get along? What? No? Oh, right. Yes, Edge. Thank you for that painful reminder. What? You still hate Green? For what? Emma, you're being sus Emma again. Sus. Yes, that too. Really? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we're done with the schoolhouse, but okay. I don't think we're done with the schoolhouse, but I doubt it. Oh, I got it. Oh, you're rude. You're really rude. You're gonna make me choose between. Oh, you're actually rude. You're actually rude. I have to choose between Crow, Milliam, or Elise, or Alyssa. That's actually rude of you, gay. 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 Why? Why? I want to hang out with Crow! No! No! I know, I'm gonna hang out with Alyssa. I know, I was going to... Listen, I literally said I was going to if she popped up. But I honestly didn't see Milliam was going to be there, and I didn't know Crow was going to be available. That's rude. But I also haven't hung out with Alyssa in so long that, like, I have to hang out with her. It's been, like, forever. Besides, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, but Milliam's ranked 3 This is so not fair. So not fair. God, this is not fair. Crow. Crow, I love you. Fine. It's not like I won't have any more time with Crow. I can hang out with him anytime I want. Also, sis, I forgot to tell you this because we've been so busy with your holidays and stuff, but like, honestly, sis, I think your type is Elliot. I think he is your type because he is all about music. I feel like Elliot would be your type. Low-key. Emma, I mean not Emma. Where are you? Oh, you're right here. Yeah. How you doing, Elise? Elisa. I'm saying her name wrong, but it's okay. She does have the red eyes I'm very attracted to. This hurts too. Honestly, same, Doreen. No, we're not gonna make you forget about it because you literally were mad at him for a month. What do you mean? What? What? What are you talking about? No? Did they? Did they now? Why would our time together as classmates come to an end? We're not at endgame. I still have this chapter and next chapter. An epilogue. What you talking about? Wait, really? Do they not have like all the way up? Well, it's Japan, never mind. I forgot Japan culture stuff works differently. Cause those are like second years. Don't y'all have like 3 more years? But I guess it's military academy. Alright, yeah, the moment we had together. No. I'm not finishing this today. Chapter 6, I hear, is very long. And I don't know how long Chapter 7 is going to be. So literally, it depends on how far I get tonight and next stream day. But, again, depending on how long this stream goes and how far I get in 6, or if I finish 6, will determine if I stream tomorrow or Wednesday. Granted, I should stream this as much as I possibly can before Saturday, but I do long streams of Cold Steel anyway. But we are, I'd say, halfway there. Considering Chapter 5, if you missed it, was pretty... We're back at present day, if that makes sense. Chapter 5, we went back to present day. So anything that we saw way before chapters 1, 2, and 3, and 4 were like months ago. We are back in present time. So we're like quarter way. Aww. Aww. This is our last field study? Are you sure about? Stop. Every time y'all said the last something, I'm like skeptical about it. Oh, ew, final exams? Ew. Aww. No, I'm not shipping them. No. No, I still have my other two girls. No. They're cute though. I'll give them that. But no. I have not made a decision on who I actually want to romance yet. That will stay until towards the last part of the game. I have yet to decide who my actual waifu is. Because I'm really torn. Because Laura just had a picnic date with me. And it was so cute. And she's literally my type of woman. But Emma's also the ideal girl. And then there's Elise, who literally just is actually not that bad. That's a very hard decision for me. Anyway, we go talk to actual girl. Where is she? She's... I'm not gonna be able to hang out with Crow. That's gonna hurt me. That's gonna hurt me. That hurts me. I want to see Crow. Crow, why? Look at him in his uniform. He's a dork. Literally a dork. Oh. Why did this game give me such good girls and boys to love and get attached to? I think the only person I'm not really attached to is Machias. No offense, Machias. But like, everyone else I'm kind of like really great about. Oh, what? No.
Huh? Doesn't sound like she's here yet. Oh.
Well, if he loves Machias, I can't. Good for him.
At least she's getting some rest. Must be a rare treat for her. What to do, though? I'd almost feel bad about waking her. She must be really tired. I should let her sleep a while longer. Oh, right. There we go.
Aww.
I guess I'll just read a book or something while I'm waiting.
He's literally a gentleman, y'all. He's a gentleman.
Huh? Where am I? A jacket?
Oh, hey, you're awake.
Huh? Reen? Oh, right. I came here after the conference was over. So this jacket is...
Ours.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry, you got your rest. That's all that matters. Total Protection Squad.
I can't believe I fell asleep after asking you to come all the way here.
Don't worry about it. You're doing me a favor here. I appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule for me.
Aww. Why is it that you always seem to catch me at the weirdest moments?
No, that's just how Reen is.
Still. Thanks.
No problem. Glad to do what I can. It wasn't too hot, was it?
No, of course not. It felt really nice and warm. But anyway, that's not the point. Now, listen here, Reen.
Huh?
I mean, lending me your jacket was very sweet and gentlemanly of you, and I'm kind of happy you did. But it's not very gentlemanly to sit and stare at a girl when she's sleeping, you know.
He was reading a book!
I'm sorry? You were sleeping so peacefully that it seemed almost wrong to wake you up.
Yeah!
But I guess it was inconsiderate of me to just let you nap there.
What? No!
No. I'm not annoyed with you.
I would actually do the same thing and just let her sleep. If she had a busy day, why would I go and wake her from a nap she obviously needed?
It's just kind of weird to randomly watch people sleep, you know? If it was someone else, they might have misunderstood. Anyway, I asked you to meet me here so I could show you more about the concert we put on for last year's festival.
Oh, you mean the one you did with Angelica, Crow, and George? Do you have some record of it here?
Actually, I do. George was testing out some kind of orbital video camera that was being developed by the Roer Institute of Technology. And we've still got the recording here.
An orbital video camera?
Yeah, the technology is different from what they use for the orbital net. Actually, it's probably faster to just show you. Let me bring it up on the screen.
Oh, you've got pictures of it.
More than just pictures. Just watch.
Amazing.
I know, right? It plays back images and sound at the same time, so it's like a radio and a camera combined. The quality might be a bit rough, but it really feels like you're right there, doesn't it?
It's really something else.
Oh, there we are going up.
Wow.
Crow.
Isn't it cool?
Crow.
It's called Rock. It's making a splash in the music scene abroad. They use orbital audio technology to amplify guitars for it. It's a pretty bold sound, huh?
It definitely is. And, speaking of bold, how about that outfit?
Rain, I wasn't trying to look at the outfit. Why did you point this out?
I forgot about the outfit. Don't look at that. Just focus on the performance.
You look cute in it, still. Look at him. Look at him.
Bravo!
I wanted to watch it.
That was incredible. I wish I could have been there to see it in person.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. So was that any help?
I was trying so hard not to point out the kind of outfit she and Angelica had on, but I wasn't gonna comment on it. And then Reen was like,
exactly what I was looking
that
for.
outfit. And I'm like, Reen, please.
I'm not sure if we can put together something as flashy as this. But we do have Elliot, and he knows his music, so I think we might have a chance.
I'm glad to hear it. Crow was the one who planned all of this out, so he's the one you should ask about how to put a program like this together.
Yes?
Angie did our choreography, and George got all the instruments together for us. I'm sure they'd help out if you asked.
I think I just might. We have to get our preparations for the festival underway.
Oh, I put a copy of the video onto this memory quartz for you, too. If you put this memory quartz into the orbital projector here, you can watch the video anytime you want.
Can I?
Maybe you can bring everyone from your class here and show it to them tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks for everything, Toa. I mean, I asked you for help, but you really went above and beyond. I don't really know how to thank you.
You're always looking out for me, Reen. It's the least I could do. Besides, I'm sure this idea will spark some lively discussion within your class. It's not a done deal yet, but I'm really curious to see how things turn out.
Me too.
Oh no. Should I be worried at you? Crow! Crow. Crow. Oh my god. Again, this dude is a nerd. Nerd. He's a gambling addict. Okay. Crow, shut the fuck up. Sit down. Never ever have that idea ever again. Get out. Oh, you're an idiot, Crow. William, no.
I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when they see it.
Oh, he looks so happy.
Though I imagine Toa's outfit might raise more than a few questions.
Why must we continue talking about Toa's outfit? The girls are not going to wear outfits like that.
Oh, it's 9 already? Abend time should be on soon.
It's almost 8.
I'm Misty, and this is Radio Trista. It's 9 p.m. on the 19th of the 9th month. If only I was dressed to the nines to match. It feels like we're finally getting the break we deserve from a long string of uncomfortably humid nights. That's right, fall is finally here, and it's brought its cool night breezes and gentle chirping of insects with it.
Yeah, here we are in winter.
Along with that respite, Erebonians everywhere are turning to their true autumn passions, food and sports. What do all of you out there look forward to when you realize fall's almost here? For me, it's definitely the food. The crops come into season, ready for the harvest. I can only imagine how much work it has to be for all those farmers. But I can't wait for my first roasted chestnuts of the season. It's just about time for those to start popping up too. Sure, I'll never turn down a Marron Glacé or a Mont Blanc, but roasted is the way chestnuts were meant to be. That soft, melt-in-your-mouth taste, that sweet fragrance, simply irresistible. Whoops! The director's over there giving me the stink eye. Someone hasn't eaten dinner yet, I'll bet. Anyway, fall is also known for being a season for the arts. One of the Empire's most popular cultural institutions is the opera, and no one does opera like Heimdall's famous opera house. But as far as music goes, I'm a sucker for the classics. I still sing along whenever I hear The Whereabouts of Light. I stare in disbelief as you fade away, like a dimming star beneath the coming day.
Why is she singing knowing that will blow her cover?
Whoa there, almost felt like I was in my shower back home. Speaking of music, some fresh new genres have been gaining popularity lately, both at home and abroad.
She really does have a pretty voice. Though I guess you kind of have to in order to be a big opera singer like that. I don't know if singing on the air like that is such a good idea if she's trying to keep her identity under wraps, though. We've got our practical exam coming up next week, then another field study over the weekend. Sounds like things are going to be even busier than usual. I better brace myself for an exhausting week.
Uh-oh. Why does it smell like you made breadsticks? I did. Oh. Breadsticks. I want food, but also cutscenes are happening. I think I'll just wait till after the practical exam. grab my food. I didn't get to see it. It's not fair. Crow, shut up! Oh. He's reminding me so much of Meliodas. It's killing me. Yes, Edge, I know. I love him. Damn. No. Crow is not allowed to touch the outfits. No, Crow, no. No, you're not allowed to handle the outfits. We will. He's not handling the outfits. Like Ed said, Sharon will kill him. My boys working together. No! Sarah, no. Instructor, no. No. Oh, wow. No! No! No. 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 Fee or Laura? Fee or Laura? I might need a supporter though. Damn, this sucks.
I take it you're all ready?
No.
You've been studying and training here half a year now. I think you might finally be able to do it. Now, show me you've got what it takes to pass with flying colors.
Gotcha.
Come at me with everything you've got.
My turn. All right, let's do this.
Understood. Aye, aye, Captain. Yes, sir. Get him!
Of course. Shatter!
Go! Second form, Gale! Go!
Gotcha!
Not bad. Time for the kid gloves to come off.
My turn. Get him!
Right. Shatter!
Here we go!
Yes, sir. Get him!
Right. Shatter!
Oh, she missed. I'm scared.
Go!
You've come a long way.
Let's keep moving.
No, I was scared. I was scared to my wits. Thank you, Milliam, for literally knocking her off her set. You okay, instructor? You cheesed it by bringing Elliot? What did you do with Elliot? Oh, wow, nice. So I get Crow, but I lose Milliam. Damn it. So I guess my party is going to be Reem, Elisa, B, and Elliot. Yeah, right? Two, yeah. Oh, but like I need more hitter. Yeah, I might have to be Reem, Elisa, B, and Elliot. That's what I might do. Eustace is not happy. Oh, is that where you live? Why is everyone? This was really worrying me how everyone's making it sound like Class 7 is done. We have one more chapter, man. Unless we're not getting sent on a field study next month, but like, again, everyone's making it sound like Class 7 won't be doing the same shit in second year.
Your rank's gone up. Here's a little something from the academy. Wow, that must have been tough.
So I gotta get Elise ready. And I don't know what to use for her. Like, at all. Like, is her orbs good? Like, I have generally not used her and Elliot in so long.
It's 8:20. So we're still waiting on Elliot and Crow then.
It looks like they nearly pulled an all-nighter working on our festival performance.
It sounds like they've got a general idea of what they want, as far as style goes. But they're both nitpicking the set list and all the little details of the performance itself.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited. I'm not worried about Elliot, but I can't say I've got an abundance of faith in Crow. Well, be that as it may, we just have to leave it to them for now.
Still, I was surprised by what the instructor said last night. What do you think she's cooking up this time?
I can only shudder to guess.
Oh, before I forget, I want you all to stop by the academy tomorrow morning before you head out. Both groups, meet me out on the field by 9 a.m. and don't be late.
Well, Sarah randomly springing things on us is nothing new.
But why delay our departure? It takes 8 hours by train to reach Ordis as it is.
You're right. If we're still in Trista at 9 a.m., it would be past sundown before we got there.
The train ride to Roer is over 5 hours, too. Ideally, we'd all be on the first train out of Trista. How about it, Sharon? With the way you're just standing back there smiling, I'm guessing you know something. I hope you're looking forward to my unsurprise when we step off the train in Roer to see you already there.
I wouldn't dream of it. I assure you, I'll only be seeing you off this time.
She's totally going to be there ahead of us.
That's about as sure a bet as you can make. Pretty certain she knows what's going on, too.
She's one amazing maid. I feel like I have my own professional chef, too.
Oh, sorry guys, I overslept.
Of course you did. You were working.
Yo, morning everyone.
Morning.
Looks like we have everyone now.
We have to meet the instructor at the field by 9, right?
I don't know what she wants to see us about, but don't worry, we've still got some time left.
Anyway, I think we should head out now. I'm sure most of us have some last-minute preparations to take care of.
True.
Have a safe trip, everyone.
This is gonna be a really weird team. Not even gonna lie. I want to go see what the instructor has to say, and then I want to go get my food after, and then we can start the field study. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I don't have to. Oh. Well. Oh, wait. Remove. Oh, I didn't mean to come here. I was gonna... No! Shut up, Angelica. I don't think she needs all this, but I think for her, if she's mostly my healer, then I need to, like... get her something. Again, I don't know anything of what I'm doing right, so you're gonna have to bear with me here. Right, I need another mine too. Ah! And then you could take shield 3. And actually take this out. I should probably have gotten HP too, but I'll do that after. Let's see. I think Fee is fine. There we go. Okay. I need to go grab my food. We go see instructor at the fields. Yes? I can mute and eat while this is happening. Thank you. I have the spaghetti meat with breadstick. I didn't want the spaghetti noodle. I just want the meat, so that's what I have. What is going on?
Salutations, my beautiful friends! It's only been 10 days since last we met, but I couldn't keep myself away.
Prince Oliver!
Hi, Oliver!
And Major Vander.
Your slack-jawed amazement says it all. It looks like this will be quite the crowd-pleaser during its grand unveiling in Heimdall.
Wait, what grand unveiling?
Man, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Who may you be referring to?
It's been quite some time. I see many familiar faces gathered here today, and several I've yet to have the pleasure of meeting.
Who is this?
Is that?
I know that voice.
Oh. It's her dad! And Toll!
The Radiant Blade Master?
Father.
So that's Laura's dad?
Yep.
Wait, who's the what now?
And look, Toval's with him too.
This isn't quite how I expected our grand reunion to go, that's for sure.
Which person, Junin? Which one are you talking about? If you're talking about Oliver, it's Yusuke, but I don't know who you're talking about.
What are you doing up there? And what's with the hat?
So that's what this is about.
I'll fill you in on the details another time.
What in the name of Adios is that?
You mean Tubble? Towell? God. The blonde hair up top? Ew, Patrick's here.
Wow, what a pretty ship.
This thing's a real piece of work.
Incredible! I've heard about the specs, but the numbers don't do it justice. Looks even better live than on paper.
Principal Van Dyke, you too?
Could someone fill us in on what exactly is going on here?
Your bafflement is quite understandable. The chairman of the board proposed a change to your travel arrangements for this month's field study. He's agreed to deliver all of you to your respective destinations aboard this airship.
What?
We'll be riding in style.
He's mainly taking it on its maiden voyage to unveil the ship to the nation. We're just kind of along for the ride. You'll be headed to the capital first, but from there, it'll be a straight shot to Roer.
Wow. I'm not sure what to say.
Huh. This is all so sudden. I think I need to sit down.
Well, should we be off, Your Highness?
Yes, that sounds marvelous.
Hi, Oliver. Again. I care about you. You're just weird.
With that, let me be the first to welcome you, Class 7. aboard the second Arcel-class high-speed cruiser, the Courageous.
Also, it's no wonder I hate Patrick. If he's Vexen, I hate Patrick too. So, even though Vexen became good boy, he's still mean. He bullies me and retrain memories.
Sight. My brother told me all about it, but there's no substitute for seeing it soar through the skies. Simply beautiful. Yes, it really is. You're up there, aren't you, Lean?
That's the Courageous. Oliver had finally finished his airship.
It's a fine ship, isn't it? Prince Oliver seems to have gone to quite a lot of trouble having it built.
Is this the wind of change you intend to release across our staid and troubled land? Go, my son, and show me the caliber of man you can be.
I finished consuming. That was really good. Oh my god. Though I do want more breadsticks. Damn. Breadsticks is good. Oh, it's Osborne again.
Can you believe it's been almost 2 years already? And look at how far our debaucherous prince has managed to come.
Hi, Lecter.
Partnering with Liberl to make a second Arcel-class airship, then cruising over the capital? I suppose that's one way to stick it to you for outmaneuvering him at the trade conference.
Let him have his fun,
I don't like him.
Still, this was certainly an unexpected play on his part. He and that band of students he likes to ship across the country have proven a never-ending source of entertainment. But now, my dear Prince Oliver, we have reached a decisive point. The board has been prepared, every piece in its place. Can you turn the tides in your favor? I look forward to finding out.
Oh, that does not sound like a good sign.
It's currently 10:02, and we have a north-northwesterly wind blowing in at a speed of 11 Arj. We've just passed through the Schwartz-Drake Barrier's airspace into the province of Nortia.
Current speed is 3,050 SPH. We've reached full cruising velocity.
Maintain current course and speed. Follow the Nortia main line, maintaining a distance of 200 Arj.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Oh my gosh. Ugh. You are the face punching type. Oliver, please. I was actually curious. I'm like, did we get to tour the ship? The ship? Ship? Yes, I can speak, y'all. I can words. I can very much words. Just look at this. It's so big. Oh, I don't know yet. Maybe. Is she looking at me? Is that why? Oh. Oh no, they're talking about the festival. Shut. Oh, Crow, why are you the way you are?
Instructor Sarah? Tovo? What are you guys doing out here?
Oh, just a little bracer-to-bracer information swapping.
That's about the long and short of it. Been a while since I saw you guys, though. Not since last month in Legram.
Yeah, always nice to see a friendly face, though.
Well, despite keeping in touch with him and setting up these arrangements, it came as a surprise to me to see him on board, too.
Clearly, it was meant to be.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I was only brought on because of my connection with Viscount Arcade.
This airship really is in a class all its own, though. It's not every day you see a ship owned by the Imperial family and captained by the Radiant Blade Master.
This cruiser has the potential to be an important force in Erebonia going forward. Without ties to the Imperial or Provincial armies, it can potentially keep both of them in check if need be. It might not be able to do that quite as well as a strong guild presence could, but it'll still help protect a lot of people.
That's true. It still frustrates me how the guild used to be an institution here, and now we're just barely keeping the lights on. At least the Crossbell branch sends its people over to help us out when we need a hand, though.
Wenzel's one thing, but we owe McLean so many favors, I've lost count.
McLean? Wait, are you talking about...
Oh, yeah, I guess you would have heard of him. He's an A-rank bracer over at the Crossbell branch. A guy we used to work with named Wenzel works there now, too. Wait, maybe we should back it up a bit.
The guy we're talking about is Arios McLean, aka the Divine Blade of Wind. The name probably sounds familiar to you because he's also a practitioner of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade style.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. I've never met him myself, but I heard a lot about him from my master. He mastered the school's second form. It sounds about as untouchable as anyone who holds the title of Divine Blade.
Well, he's pretty damn strong, I'll give you that. Bailed me out of more tough spots than I'd like to admit. Speaking of, you know who else is a student of the 8 Leaves School? Cassius Bright. We were talking about him before, remember? He's the bracer who took command during that big incident 2 years ago. Though from what I heard, he left the way of the sword behind a while back.
Cassius Bright was here in Erebonia. Wait, 2 years ago.
It was an eventful time, to put it lightly. And yeah, we have Cassius to thank for getting us past that. But afterward, well, you know the story from there. They shuttered guild branches all across the Empire, one after the other, and your dear, sweet instructor was out of a job.
I'd be glad to give you all the grisly details, but it's a long story. We should probably save it for another time. But hey, the guild seems to have a good track record with folks from the 8 Leaves School. Maybe you should consider a career as a bracer. Door's always open, you know?
Me? A bracer? Huh. I never really thought about it before.
Hey, there's enough of us singing the bracer blues without you trying to recruit my students.
Never hurts to start them early. Seriously, though, we're always looking for more good people. If that's something you wanted to do, I wouldn't turn you down.
I'll give it some thought.
Ah! Ah! Right?
at long last, the Courageous has finally taken to the skies of Erebonia. I feel like a mother hen watching her chicks leave the nest.
I'll take your word for it.
This may sound a bit forward of me to say, but it sounds like you had some hurdles getting this project together.
It was no easy ride, I'll say that.
I doubt it would have come together without the prince's unwavering dedication and tireless work. He had to find the time to raise funds and oversee the entire project, in addition to all his official duties.
Why the fuck does Major Vander sound familiar?
And to add to that, he had to take care of all the arrangements necessary to get Viscount Arcade installed as its captain.
I can't even imagine how busy your schedule must have been. Even from a student's perspective, it sounds brutal.
Well, for this ship to have any weight as a deterrent, I needed the Viscount. Thankfully, he agreed to my request. My plan is to create a neutral third power capable of acting independently.
Oh, is he? That's amazing.
You can think of the Courageous as the first physical embodiment of that ideal.
A third party.
I need to play Hysteria.
I feel like I'm starting to understand at least part of what it is you're trying to accomplish.
The road will be a difficult one, though.
True, but this is only the beginning. Seeing this ship soar through the clouds for the first time moves my heart, just as when Class 7 was formally established. I look forward to seeing what the future holds for the Courageous, and for the brave men and women of your class.
Your Highness.
We live in interesting times. The political situation across the Empire seems to grow more ominous by the day. But, with any luck, making a real show out of this ship's launch will push back against the prevailing climate.
Well, that's the hope at least. Either way, you'll have your whole life to split hairs about politics. For now, give your attention to your field study.
Thank you. I know you have high expectations for us, and I hope we'll be able to meet them.
I'm sure you guys will. Oh, you went here. Hi, Elise. Hi, Lisa. Can't say names. Alyssa. Where else do I need to go? I'm confusion. I just gotta talk to every of my of all the classmates. I don't know where I need to go.
Attention all crew members and passengers. We will soon be entering Roer airspace. Please prepare for landing and make sure you have all personal effects with you before disembarking.
Sounds like we're almost there. That was a shorter flight than I'd expected.
Honestly, I'm gonna be right back. I'm not even gonna put the VIV screen up. I'm just gonna be right back.
Guess I'd better go round up the others and start getting ready.
I'm back, by the way. Sorry, I wanted more breadsticks.
Roer Airport's granted us permission to land.
Commence landing preparations. And keep the engine warm. We'll be taking off again right after our guests have disembarked.
Aye, aye, Captain. Preparing the Courageous to land.
to welcome you to Roer, home of the Rhineford Company. I sincerely hope that your field study here will be a fulfilling one.
Sure, Edge. Run down the up escalator. Okay. The one I just went up, right? Oh wow, that's a big company.
Master Reen, please don't cause too much trouble. Let's make our way to the Rhineford headquarters.
Right, of course. Why is she singling me out?
Yee!
Master Reen?
Yes?
I'm sorry. That'll give me nightmares.
Sweet dreams.
Oh, that was it? Okay. She's like, Master Reed. She's like, listen, he wants to go up and down an escalator. Yeah, it's like, wee! Ow. When you first played, were you like, I just wanted to go up and down the escalator? You want to have some fun? Oh, now I'm really full. Staying for 3 days. Floor? Why we gotta go that high? How's my phone doing on charging? It's like 54%? Cool. Oh. Oh.
So it looks like the Courageous' inaugural flyover in Heimdall and Roer was a success. But don't release an official statement until tomorrow. Yes, that'll be fine. Yes, I'd like you to begin as soon as possible. And keep a careful eye out for any insider trading. Hello, Irina Reinford speaking. Yes, I understand. Fast-track the construction on the special train if you can. No, pay it no mind. I doubt Crossbell-related shares rising is indicative of a larger market trend. But sell them all early next month. Timing is key here.
Wow. She's like a commander issuing orders across multiple fronts.
Yeah, it's impressive to see Toa do it, but Mrs. Reinford seems to have it down to a science.
She's a general on the battlefield of business.
Ah, right. We all have other matters we need to attend to, so I'll get right to the point. Here.
What?
You forgot your mom was on the board of directors, so of course you're gonna be the one to give us our field study quest.
I've cleared my schedule to dine with you this evening, so anything you wish to discuss can wait until then. I'll leave the rest to you, Sharon.
As you wish, Madam Chairman. When do you expect to return this evening?
I'm planning on 7. Have our guests enjoy a night cruise, if you will.
That sounds splendid. I'll make the necessary arrangements.
That's it? That's all you have to say?
Oof, no. Hi, Lisa. How are you, dear? Or I hope your trip went well.
I don't care if you ignore me. That's nothing new. But my classmates are here and you're on our board of directors.
Yeah, Edge, I realized that.
Would it kill you to show at least a little interest?
Oof.
Elisa.
Whoa, Elisa, it's okay. You don't need to get worked up for our sake.
I don't think it's just for our sake. That's her daughter. I mean, without going personal, I 100% understand where she's coming from when it comes to her mother. Cause, yeah, I'll do that 100%.
Oh, I almost forgot to mention.
Huh?
If you want to return in one piece, I'd suggest you steer clear of the Provincial Army and the Railway Military Police.
That's it? Oh my god, her mom?
The same goes for the Marquis's mansion, though I can't imagine what business would take you there.
It's very sad when the only parents I like in this game are Marcus's dad, Laura's dad, and Eustace's brother.
Use common sense, and don't try to overstep
And
your bounds.
Elisa and Reen's sister. Granted, if I ever meet Reen's dad, I'll judge it on that, but God, some of the parents in Cold Steel 1, y'all are a train wreck.
That'll be all.
Not even a hot! Not even a good luck?
Have a safe trip, Madam Chairman.
God, like... I don't like her mom.
Wow, your mom's a real piece of work, Elisa.
Uh-huh. That's an understatement.
The Army only wishes it was that efficient.
She certainly has the mettle to head up an international company like this, to say the least.
See? You see why I didn't want to come back now? You can't tell me that gave you a great impression of her.
No, it did not.
I think you're being a little hard on her.
Not really. You would expect that your daughter is coming home, not only for a field study, but your daughter's coming home after what, months since she enrolled in the academy, and the first thing you do is just give her her school activities and then dip? What the fuck? No, I would have been as mad as she would have been like, hello, I'm right here. Hi, I'm here. Would you like to spend more time with me, Mom? Would you want to do something,
She was
Mom?
looking out for our safety, giving us that advice.
Just forget it.
It's okay, Lisa. I understand you.
Getting all worked up and storming off in a huff is what she wants me to do, and I'm not going to give her the satisfaction.
Okay.
We'll be back before sundown, Sharon.
And I don't even know whose parent I want more. Her mom or Eustace's dad? Because Eustace's dad is a piece of shit. Who locks their child up just to use them for what chapter 2 did? Who does
I'd
that?
like you to have the guest rooms and dinner preparations sorted by then. Oh, and see to our luggage, would you?
As you wish. Have a safe trip, everyone.
Alright, what is our field study stuff this month? Okay. Well then, let's get started with our field study class. Let do. Oh, okay. Cool. Alright, we go do this one first. Where is it at? RF store. Okay.
Come on. Let's get this over with.
Wow, that's so rude.
I haven't seen what they did in the little.
Oh no, have fun.
Okay, have fun with something.
After what? That's not nice. I'm not gonna have fun without you. I'll miss you. I'll love you. Have fun at your dad's. See you next year. Wait, is he coming back next year? Sorry. My brother's leaving for his dad's. So I was like, so I told him, I said, when you leave, give me a hug. And he's like, yes, okay. So now he came and gave me a hug. Yeah. Normally, my brother's attached to this house at hip. Meaning, I'm also attached to him at hip. So, when he leaves, it gets sad. But I understand him wanting to go see his dad. I think he's staying there till Sunday, so I don't think I'll be able to wish him Happy New Year's in person. I'll probably have to text him, but yeah. I basically have been with him since he's a baby. Honestly. Oh, this is gonna be a weird ass place.
These things sure are convenient.
I know, right? I could see them building some in Heimdall eventually.
This way leads to Marquis Ragner's mansion.
So that's where Jellica's stubborn old man lives, huh? Better stay away.
Oh, oops. We're not doing that one yet. We're not doing that one yet. We're not doing that one yet. I'm trying to find these places. How do you scan it? I'm so confused. It's telling the guide is telling me to go to this place to do one of the scans, but I can't scan it for odd reasons. Yeah, this is the dining. This is literally the dining bar. How rude.
Wow, you can get a great view of the Reinford building from here.
And a really sore neck.
Ah! I hate when my thing does this. Oh!
Plain old stairs just wouldn't cut it for the famed industrial metropolis, huh?
Yeah, for better or worse, this is a town full of tech.
I didn't realize that. I'm stupid. Okay. Alright, let's try this again then. I don't know if I have to be outside or in, so. Alright, and then I go to... interior? Wait, do I have to do it inside or outside? Hold up. Let's try it inside. Yeah, we're supposed to be inside, okay. I wish the guy would have clearly told me I need to use the item. It says, hey, go to the dining bar, and it should do it. Alright, now let's take the elevator. Want to make sure my OBS is doing well. This one. I probably have to wait. Hold on, let me give you the other one first. I'm gonna give you this one.
Right.
Because I didn't know what guide, website that will give me all of my info. So I just literally clicked the first thing that came to mind. Where's the next one? Jack's Repair Shop. Where is Jack's Repair Shop? Why is this thing so weird? I hate this place. I don't actually hate this place, but I very much like it. If it wasn't so weird. Okay. Item. Before, just in case, is it per permit? There you go. Now where is the cathedral? I don't like when my controller likes to do this. Oh, there it is. It's over here. Thank you. Alright, and the last place I need to go to is... Oh no, I didn't go to the Institution of Technology. I should go to the locked door, which is southeast. Which I'm so bad.
Looks like a dead end. This was
Some kind of maintenance room, I think.
Oh, I missed out the Roer Institution of Technology. Isn't that where my main quest is? It is. Dang it. We will come back here after I beat up a monster. I passed it, because I'm an idiot. Hello, here you go. I hate when my phone just randomly like is charging and then my charger's like, nah.
That one looks annoying. Watch out.
Be careful, this one.
Oh, that's not fair! Machias was talking. I didn't want to interrupt Machias. Oh, I don't have my team.
Time to retreat. Jerks.
My turn. Let's get out of here. Man, give up already.
Right. Everyone, we're retreating. Ugh, stop.
I hate it.
Time to retreat. Bye-bye.
Okay, sis. Have a good night. I don't know if I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, this road leads all the way to your hometown, doesn't it, Reen?
Yeah, it'd take you days to get there if you tried to walk it, though.
We'll see how far I get in chapter 6.
Well, shall we begin?
My turn. Second form, Gale!
I can do this. Oh no, you don't! Stop right there! Molten Rain! Go!
My turn! Good night!
Right!
Got it?
Will do.
Target lock!
My turn!
Good night.
There!
I can do this. Turn to flames! Burn! Now!
Broken. Good job, Lisa.
Well, you're easy to work with.
I did it!
Okay, I see it.
Enemies ahead!
Okay.
We'll have to fight.
Here.
My turn! Second form, Gale!
It's my turn. Yeah. That takes care of them.
That one looks annoying. Watch out.
Be careful, this one looks strong.
Here we go! Second form, Gale!
I can do this.
Oh no, you don't! Stop right there! Molten Rain! Go!
I'll pick you up!
My turn. Hostiles neutralized.
This looks tough. Careful!
I'll handle it. Here we go.
Here we go! All right, let's do this!
Give it to me! I can do this. Turn to flames! Burn! Now!
Ooh, I probably should have done that.
I'll pick you up! Keep it up, everyone!
My turn. Here we go. Now, let's get this over with.
Leave it to me!
My turn. Here.
Here we go! Burn to ash! Ha! Now's our chance!
Broken.
Right! Oh no, you don't! Stop right there! Molten Rain!
My turn.
Right!
Oh no, you don't!
Your turn. Okay. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, what the hell?
Go! Burn to ash! Ha!
It's my turn. Oh no, you don't! Stop right there! Molten Rain! Now!
I'll pick you up!
Okay. Here we go. Got it.
Got it!
Right!
I'll handle it.
My turn!
Right! Listen to my song of healing.
Thanks!
Okay.
Here we go!
can do this. Turn to flames! Burn! My turn. Here.
Oh, no, you don't. Here we go.
My turn. Arcus activate.
Okay. Got it.
Got it.
Huh? It's my turn. Hang in there.
Thanks. My turn. Second form, Gale!
I'll handle it. Here we go. Okay. Right.
Here we go. Second form, Gale!
Okay. Here we go. My turn. Right.
Go! Second form, Gale! That's that. Let's keep moving.
Nicely done.
Oh, nice.
I did it!
Success.
An A+ out. Please hold your applause.
My turn. Here we go. Got it. It's over.
My turn. Second form, Gale!
Right. Fire!
Right. Is everybody okay?
Bring it on! Here we go! Second form, go! You're finished!
My turn. It's my turn. That takes care of them.
Huh. This is a pretty nice area.
Grandfather used to love coming here to fish, now that I think about it.
Enemies ahead!
My turn.
Have to fight.
Here we go. Got it. Let's get this over with.
Leave it to me!
Mission complete.
Great!
Nicely done.
Yeah, more of that.
That one looks annoying. Watch out.
Be careful, this one looks strong.
Here.
Go! Second form, Gale!
Right. Oh no, your devil's in range. Right.
Okay.
Right.
My turn. That's that.
Success.
Can't believe I'm almost level 60. Wrong way. Alright, time to go there. want to stop yawning. Do I even know where that path is? Oh, I don't even think I even accepted it. Did I? Sorry, my brain is also not in it. No.
We need to rebuild our formation.
Go! All right.
Freeze! Get it? Here we go! Second floor! Damn!
Leave it to me.
Locked, work it away! My turn!
All right. And
Come on then. Here. Right. Oh no, your tunnel's in range! Now!
I'll bend you up. My turn.
My turn!
Okay.
Okay.
Have to fight.
Here we go.
Right. Is everybody okay?
That one looks annoying. This one's dangerous. Right. Stay on your toes. Oh no, you're double delayed! Go!
I'll bet you are. Right.
My turn. Here I go. Got it.
Go!
Okay.
Too slow!
My turn.
Go! Second floor! Go!
Okay. Right. Fire! I'll handle it.
My turn.
I can do this. All right.
Wow, you can see all of Roer spread out from here.
You can, though the view isn't as nice as it'd be from the front.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Enemy sighted!
Okay.
Take them out!
Here I go.
Go! Second floor! Damn!
I can do this. Fire!
My turn. Is everybody okay?
Sorry if I'm so quiet. I'm normally focused when I'm doing this.
It's a treasure chest. My turn. Now.
Got it! Here we go! Second floor! Damn!
Right.
I can do this. Fire! Go!
I'll bet you are.
Okay. Too slow. Hostiles neutral.
Bring it on!
Okay. It's my turn. Oh no, you're double delayed!
Right. Oh,
An A+.
Bring it on!
Okay. Here I go.
my turn.
Ah.
Right. Yeah. All right. I did.
I'm gonna need a rest before we even get there.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this path to be so steep.
Man, you city slickers need to toughen up.
Left, right, left, right.
Crow, please.
Watch out, guys!
My turn. The second floor. Go!
It's my turn. Now!
I'll take you up. That was
Let's
perfect,
keep it up.
Elisa.
Is it really already 10? Oh. This chapter really is that long. I was hoping to.
Oh, a treasure chest.
Ah!
Oh, they snuck up on me.
My turn. Second floor. Dan has a chance.
Gotcha. All right. This one's got your name on it. Hope you like it. Handsome. Watch out, guys!
My turn. Here again.
My turn.
Right.
My turn. The second floor. Gale!
Right. Fire! All right. Let's keep on.
Dangerous.
This one's dangerous. I'll handle it. Here I go. I can do this. Oh no, you doubled in range! Go! Time to finish this!
Leave it to me.
Not there!
My turn. The second floor. Gale! That's that.
Yeah, more of Enemies ahead!
My
We'll
turn.
Have to fight.
Here I go. Now. I can do this. Oh no, you doubled in range!
Right. Is everybody...
Success. This is a pretty nice view. Oh, actually, I didn't even know about this place.
Let's get this over with.
Second floor. Gale! Go!
Right. Oh no, you doubled in range! All right, let's keep...
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Come on then. 1, 2, duck right. Go! I can do this. Oh no, you doubled in range! Now!
I'll pick you up.
Right.
Here we go. The second floor. Gale!
My turn. 1, 2, duck right.
Go!
Okay. It's my turn.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn. Target's a...
I did it.
I did it.
Alright, Green is now 57. Elisa is now 54, almost 55. So is Elliot. And Fee is almost to 57. Cool. There's 3 days field study of this, right? Trying to debate. Do I want to do day 2 tonight with it and then just save day 3 for possibly Wednesday? Maybe Tuesday even. But that would probably be a late night stream then.
It's a treasure chest!
Now's our chance. Let's go.
My turn. 1, 2. Done. Target's eliminated. I did it!
All right!
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
My turn.
My turn. The second form. Gale!
Right! Oh no, you don't! Stop right there! Molten Ring! Alright, let's keep on moving.
Oh, I didn't even see you.
Hostile spotted.
My turn.
Beginning combat.
The second form. Gale! That's that.
Well, shall we be? I can do this.
My turn!
Okay.
My turn.
Okay. Hostiles neutralized.
Go!
Let's get this over with.
The second form. Gale! We'll cut our own.
Be careful, this one looks strong.
Here we go. All right, let's do this.
Got it. Okay. It's my turn. Light. Rain upon us. I'll handle it. 1, 2. Done. Got it. Let's get this over with.
Right.
Okay.
Got it.
Hey. There.
My turn.
Okay.
Here we go. Burn to ash. Okay, it's safe for now.
Success.
I did it! Please, hold your applause.
Reed's almost level 58. See about level 70 or 80 by endgame. Cool, cool. Can I teleport there? No, I have to physically walk all the way back? Thanks. I opened up all these chests, right? I don't gotta go back and okay, cool.
A dangerous foe.
This one's dangerous. I'll handle it. 1, 2. Duck now.
My turn. Burn to
Right.
Right. It's my turn.
No, she has no.
Go.
I'll bed you up.
This is it for
I'll
you.
handle it.
Now. My turn. I can do this.
Here we go.
My turn. Target's eliminated. I did it!
All right. Enemies ahead.
Here we go.
Have to fight.
The second floor. Go.
Right. Just go.
I'll bed you up. Right.
Okay.
Oh no, you don't.
I'll handle it. It's my turn. That takes.
Oh. I'm an idiot, sorry. I'm gonna try to level up as much as I can this chapter at least.
I'll handle it. Toss out. Hostile spotted. I'll handle it. 1, 2. Down here.
Right. Is everybody okay?
Bring it on!
I'll handle it. 1, 2. Down here.
Got it!
It's over.
Go!
It's my turn. Now!
I'll bend you up. Right. Oh.
Great!
Oh, 58.
Hostile spotted. Right. Beginning combat. Oh no, you doubled in range. Go! Time to finish this. Got it. Okay. That's the last of them. Good work.
Watch out, guys. Right. Good night.
Okay. 1, 2.
My turn!
I can do this.
Okay, Green, you were being too excited.
My turn. 1, 2. Down here.
Go! Here we go! Second floor! Gale!
Right. Oh no, you doubled in range. Now!
I'll bend you up. Right. Is everybody okay?
It is 10:45, so I think at 11 I'll take a break at least. Because I still have not decided if I want to save the rest of the field study in 6 for tomorrow. But I want to also get as much done as I possibly can. Like, I honestly want to just finish this chapter tonight. That way I could just take a day off tomorrow and then I can continue chapter 7 on Wednesday.
Oh no, you doubled in range. Now!
I'll bend you up.
My turn.
Okay.
Target lock.
My turn!
All right, let's get.
I mean, I can always just ask you, Edge, how many hours left do you think I have of this chapter? I think that will also be a deciding factor for me. Like, I can go long. I just want to know how long this chapter is. Like, how much I have left. Because I obviously am nowhere near done. If there's 3 days. Oh, why did I do that? I didn't have to really use that, but okay. Give me all the subs. And then now we go up for... We go up the escalator! Maybe an hour and a half, maybe? I mean, I can continue. I don't mind going longer than 6 hours. I've done it before. I just... If there was like an extra like... couple days, like, you know, our last... What was it, chapter 5? It was chapter 4 that had 3 days. But like, if it had a 3-day thing, I wanted to make sure, like, if there was still more I needed to do, I could split it in 2 parts. But like, if I have maybe an hour and a half, I can probably continue. I'll just need to probably take a break during the second day before I continue it, which is why I said at 11. I'll probably take my break. Probably like 2 minutes at least. Okay, so is that everything? Okay. We can continue story plot now. But you can definitely continue story plot. Because day 1 should be done now. Do I have any items for CP? Yeah. I want something that restores just CP. That's sad. How's my phone doing? It's at 94. Oh boy, we're sticking our nose where there's something we obviously clearly shouldn't belong, but we do anyway. I love how her mom's like, do not interfere with the army, and they're like, no, and she's like, no, I'm gonna do it anyway. Mm.
You're quite correct, of course. Both the Provincial Army and the Railway Military Police have their own roles to fill, each important to the Empire.
Claire? Yep. Kinda figured.
A query for you, then. How would you respond if a crisis were to occur in multiple places at the same time?
Oh, hi, Rufus. Oh, God.
Captain Claire Revelt, I presume? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've heard much about you.
It's an honor, Lord Alberea.
Please, no need for formalities between us. Rufus is fine. Still, you seem puzzled as to what I'm doing in Roer. Or to be more specific, how I got here. Do I assume correctly? The country's railways are completely under your control. Had I taken a train, you would have known it. And yet, there are no signs I passed through Roer Airport either. The truth is more mundane than fantastic. I arrived aboard the Alberea family's private airship, which currently sits just off a highway on the outskirts of the city, awaiting my return. Blind spots are an unavoidable reality. We all have them. As on the ball as you are, you do well not to overestimate your own superiority. After all, the hardest falls are the ones we don't see coming.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
Now, isn't it time both sides withdrew? And remove those unsightly vehicles from the streets at once. A provincial army must conduct itself with valor and grace at all times. Would you not agree?
Can't believe your family has the top 2 floors of a world-class high-rise all to itself.
Yeah, even high-ranking nobles would trip over themselves to secure a luxury suite like this.
I was afraid you guys would react exactly like you just did. That's why I just kept my mouth shut. Sure, it's large, but it's so pointlessly large for just 2 people, and the only servant we have is Sharon.
If you have Sharon, that's the only maid you need, even for a place this big.
You said it.
Well, we'll be guests here for the next 3 days. So, thanks for having us, Elisa.
Well, of course. Don't mention it.
My. Is it just me, or do I detect more than a hint of red on Lady Elisa's fair visage?
Okay, Carl.
Could she be embarrassed?
Yes.
I am not.
We're here on a field study, so could we at least try to take this a little more seriously?
Oh, lighten up, Machias. It just wouldn't be a proper field study without one of us getting embarrassed about our family.
Welcome home, everyone.
Feels nice to be back. I'll just ignore how you popped up to greet us the moment we walked through the door.
I just couldn't wait to see you. Now, if you'll just follow me, I'll show you inside.
Well, I'm impressed.
This is even more grandiose than I'd expected.
You can see the whole town out there below. Talk about the lap of luxury.
Looks like a comfy place to take a nap.
You guys really think so? I've been away from Roer for half a year, so I guess it does feel kind of nice to be home.
I guess that's natural.
I've already finished preparing dinner. Please, let me know whenever you're ready to eat.
Thank you.
I don't know about all of you, but I'm pretty hungry. What do you say we... Oh, wait, actually we can't, can we? Mother said she'd be eating with us tonight, so we need to wait until she comes home. And there are quite a few things we need to ask her, too.
Well, actually, my lady...
She got busy, didn't she?
I'm afraid I received a call from the chairman earlier about that.
What?
Again, her mom is horrible. Sorry, 11. These cutscenes are making time out of my break.
Lisa, if you wolf down so much food so quickly...
You'll get fat. Ah. It's just this once. I eat a balanced diet the rest of the time.
But you've been bolting down every course so quickly, I'm surprised you haven't inhaled your napkin.
Maybe we're gonna need to rethink your stage outfit for the concert.
Shut up, Pro.
Crap. I almost forgot about that.
If you're worrying about us, you don't need to, you know? I know your mother promised she'd have dinner with us, but we all know she's a busy woman.
And she said she'd try to make some time for us tomorrow instead.
But still. It's not that it bothers me so much, but she sits on Thor's board of directors. Who's she meeting with that's so important she can't even clear a little time to see us? She got off the Lusitania already, didn't she?
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say. She's not out on a date with a gentleman or engaging in any lascivious behavior, if that puts your mind at ease.
That's not what I'm worried about. Not even close. Honestly, hearing she was seeing a man might even put my mind at ease.
Elisa?
Okay, well, I'm gonna quickly take my break then. I'm gonna continue charging my phone even though it's like at 94. Oh my god. Crow, why? This is what you get for putting this guy in charge of costumes. Oh, be good job. Yes, Edge. I sadly do still love him. Sadly. It's a very sad thought. What the heck? I think I took everything down here. Oh. Sharon, please. Oh my god. More, at least one-on-one time? You okay?
Hey, Elisa.
Nico, thank you for the host.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, were you worried?
Thank you for the follow. Oh, I read that raid wrong. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the raid, and also thank you for the follow. I'm bad. Truly bad right now, sorry. Thank you for the follow.
A little.
I appreciate it. Uh-oh. I'm gonna let this play. So many Persona noise. It's very loud. The overpowered game. There we go.
Seeing you like that just kind of reminded me of that night in Nord.
Oh, right. Oh, I'm so pathetic.
No, you're not. How'd you say that?
I keep on about how I'm going to be independent, but then I get all worked up over something as trivial as this.
Seeing the city from above at night is really something, though. And to think, you got to take in a beautiful view like this every night growing up.
Yeah, I guess so.
Thank you for the host.
It used to be my grandfather, my father, and my mother here. Then after my father died, Sharon joined us. But through the years, my family has always enjoyed seeing the lighted windows of Roer at night.
Something that never changed, huh? I guess it is to you what Ymir's mountains are to me.
Maybe every family has something like that. Still, first my grandfather left. And now Sharon and I aren't here most of the time either. Mother just stays here all on her own. Every time I think of that, I just feel like crying. It breaks my heart.
Oh, she does care about her mom.
I can't understand why she chooses to be so alone.
Aww.
I thought so. You're not just angry at her then.
Well, she gets under my skin, that's nothing new. But if I was in her place, I don't know how I'd cope. I couldn't live like she does, losing herself in her work all alone with no friends or loved ones by her side. She wasn't like that before, back when my dad was still alive. She's always been a career woman, but back then she was kind, funny. She had this warmth, you know? But ever since Dad passed away, she hasn't been the same. Work became her life. She pushed Grandfather out as chairman, all for what? More work? I've never seen her indulge herself, not even once. If she isn't dining with some business partner, she eats nutrition bars instead of meals. Sharon scolds her for it, but...
You're fine, Echo.
That's how she is. And that's why I'm scared. I don't want life to just pass her by.
I had a feeling there was more to it than just her being mad about her mom just being the way she was. I've been okay. I'm a little tired. Teensy tired. But I'm pushing through it to just finish this chapter. Oh, Reen giving her head pats?
That's really sweet, Elisa.
Where did that come from?
You're always looking out for the people in your life. Even when they get on your nerves, you still care about them. It's like how you and I were at first, or how you were with Laura and Fee. Heck, I still remember how you told me off for hurting my sister's feelings. You've been keeping an eye out for Milliam all this time, too. And you should know that we're all really grateful to you for it. Especially me.
Aww. You're making her blush.
I'm worried about what's happening here in Roer, too. This is your home, and your mother might be caught up in whatever's going on. I think we should look into it. What do you say?
What? But with all our field study tasks, where would we find the time?
Why not do it while we're out handling those? Making some headway is always better than making none, right? I mean, I'm not the only one who feels this way. Everyone else does too. Fee cares. So does Elliot. Machias does too. Even Crow's been concerned about you. We can use our time in the city to poke around and find out more about what's going on. You know, kind of like we always do.
Well... if you say so, but I'll save the thanks for later. I doubt Sharon will tell us anything, no matter how much we pester her. But I'll ask around and see if anyone I know has any idea what might be going on. It shouldn't be too late to give some of them a call at least.
All right, I'll leave the info gathering to you. Once we get our task list tomorrow, we can discuss how we want to do this.
All right. Anyway, I think I'm going to start calling my contacts. Oh, and one more thing.
Yeah?
If I were you, I wouldn't go around stroking girls' heads like that.
Why?
I mean, you don't just go whispering sweet nothings into any girl's ear, do you? This isn't so different, really.
Huh? Oh. I guess you're right. Sorry, it's something I always did to my sister when she was feeling down. But now that you mention it, she did seem to resent it more as she got older. But when I stopped doing it, she called me insensitive and got all upset anyway.
I think your sister and I would have a lot to talk about.
Oh, really?
But anyway, I'll see you later.
All right.
Why does it take chapters 3 and 6 to have these moments with her? Doesn't make her feel like a love interest until now.
Well, she seems like she's feeling better now. I just hope our efforts will turn up some good leads. Huh? call functionality works here? I guess it would, seeing as we're right in the headquarters of the company that built these. Maybe it's the instructor. Hello, Reen Schwarzer speaking.
Oh, good, it went through.
What?
Glad I was able to get your number from Milliam.
Is this
Claire?
Captain Claire?
It is. I apologize for calling so late. Are you free right now?
Yeah. What's up?
This is sudden.
There's something important I'd like to discuss with you. But it's a matter best discussed in person. Would it be possible for you to meet me in the city? Sooner is preferable.
Like, right now? Would this happen to be related to our field study?
Technically speaking, yes. But with the provincial army on alert, traveling in a large group would draw too much suspicion. That's why I decided to contact you directly. You're the team leader.
People keep saying that, but I never recall agreeing to it.
But you act like it though, Reen.
But sure, I guess. I'll head out right now. Where should I meet you?
Go to the upper level. On the south side of the elevated walkway, you'll see a bar called F. It's a quiet, upscale establishment. The perfect place for a private discussion.
A bar called F on the south side of the upper level.
Reen, we were there earlier, hon.
Got it. I'll head there right away.
I'll be waiting. I'm not on a schedule or anything, though, so there's no need to rush. You've got time. And by the way, I'd rather you didn't mention any of this to Elisa.
Huh? Why?
Because what I want to discuss with you happens to involve the Reinford Company. But I'll leave it to your discretion. Anyway, you know where to find me.
It feels a bit cruel to keep only Elisa out of the loop. But it sounds like it's pretty important. I think it'd be better to go now and tell everyone else about it later.
Oh. I wonder what Claire wants to talk to us about. Oh, joy.
Huh. I need to leave, but I don't want to leave the front door unlocked. But if I ask someone to lock up behind me, they'll want to know where I'm going. I guess I might have to tell Elisa where I'm going after all.
Will you be stepping out?
Sharon? I couldn't even tell she was there.
There's no need to explain. That glimmer in your eyes tells me all I need to know. Not to worry, Master Reen. Your secret's safe with me. So enjoy your night to the fullest.
Wait, what?
You have a date with a fetching young lady, don't you? I'll make sure no one notices your absence, especially my lady. Just be certain you're back by morning.
I assure you, I'm not that lucky. I just got word that this acquaintance of mine was visiting Roer. And they wanted to catch up a bit, so I was going to slip out and see them for a little while.
Very well then, I'll lock up behind you. I'd also be glad to help you build an ironclad alibi. No one would think twice, even if you were to stay out all night.
I appreciate the thought, but I don't think that'll be necessary. Anyway, I'll be back later.
Of course. Take care.
She's too smart. Oh God. No, Edge, no. No. No worries, no worries. Sorry about the verification.
It's past 9 already, but I still see quite a few people working.
How you doing, Bane? Is that okay if I call you that?
I guess it comes with the territory, working for the world's largest industrial manufacturer. What was that?
Call you Sin? Okay. That is perfectly fine.
She said she'd be waiting at a bar called F.
This game is fun. I'm currently in chapter 6.
It's supposed to be somewhere on the southern side of the upper level. Should I head straight there?
Where are you going?
What? No. What? How did you?
Hey,
what?
How long have you been there?
How?
Wait, have you been trailing me ever since I left the penthouse?
Well, I saw you slip out. So, where are you going?
Nowhere, Fee. Go back to the house.
Are you really headed out for a late-night romantic rendezvous?
What kinds of lies has Sharon been feeding you anyway? Okay, here's what's up.
That totally sounds like a rendezvous. Sorry, I shouldn't have interfered.
I think it's just in your nature.
Whoa, it's not like that. Well, you know everything I know about it now. Why don't you come too?
Oh, that makes perfect sense why he was... Okay. I just thought it was just a random person and Reen was being paranoid.
No reason not to. It sounded like whatever info she's got has something to do with our field study. And honestly, I wasn't all that keen on having a one-on-one with a military officer to begin with.
Gotcha. But first, I want to walk around a bit.
Fee, goddammit.
After we've been walking around all day?
Whenever I come to a new city, I always like to get a feel for what it's like during the day and the night.
What is this released for? It's PC and PlayStation. I don't know if it's for Xbox, but I do know it's on PC and it's on PlayStation. Yeah, well, yes, Edge knows it. Edge knows more than me.
I'm kind of uneasy if I don't.
Oh, right. It must be a Jaeger thing. All right, I'll join you for a little stroll. I don't want to keep the captain waiting too long, though. Will once around town be enough?
Now we're having a one-on-one with Fee.
That'll be fine. Okay, let's roll.
I don't know where she wants me to go.
By the way, did you happen to run into Sharon on your way out?
She saw me leaving, but she just let me go.
Even the best maids aren't that all-knowing.
I am! I don't know where Fee wants me to go. So I just go to the diner?
This is where Claire said to meet her, right?
Yeah, this looks like the place.
Kingdom Hearts is life. I guess we'll just go to the diner. Because, like, she hasn't really stated where she wants me to go.
Wow, this city's got a nice feel at night.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
Just looking around, just in case.
All right, now to find Captain Claire. Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, Claire, you look amazing. Gorgeous, even.
I guess it makes sense that she wouldn't come here in uniform.
The charms of an older woman, eh?
I think I'll manage.
Stunning.
Sorry I kept you waiting.
Don't worry about it. Oh.
Hi.
Yeah, I kind of ran into her on the way here and told her she could come along. That's not a problem, is it?
Not at all. I assume you've been surveying the town while acting as Rain's bodyguard?
Sounds like you've done your homework.
The intelligence division has told me a little. Anyway, I think we might attract a little too much attention if we stay at the counter. What do you say we get a table for 3?
She looks very pretty.
It's good to see you both. I think this may be the first time we've been able to have a proper conversation.
You may be right.
She's always in her uniform and on duty.
I was hoping I'd get the chance to sit down and talk with you too, actually.
Oh?
You sure you don't want me to go?
Poor me.
That's not what I mean. I have a lot of questions, like about why Milliam transferred into our class, for example. But there's one really fundamental question that would go a long way toward answering a lot of the others. What exactly is it that you and Chancellor Osborne are trying to accomplish? Let's look at that standoff with the Provincial Army earlier this evening. It's hard for me to feel much sympathy for them after they drove armored cars right into the middle of the city. But maintaining order in the provinces is generally accepted to be the duty of the provincial armies. Maybe it's just me, but it seemed an awful lot like you were just trying to provoke them by belittling their authority.
It did look like your people were picking a fight.
Viewed without the proper context, I can see how it might look like that.
Thank you for the follow.
But right now, the factional conflict in the Empire is nearly at its breaking point.
I can tell.
Crossbell is buzzing with talk of independence, and Calvert is still weathering its immigration disputes. In such volatile times, there's a very real need to create a far more expansive network to help maintain public order. The only organizations that are up to the challenge are the Railway Military Police and the Intelligence Division.
That may be the case.
Still, your boss is the one making those conflicts worse.
I can't deny that. But at the very least, the Chancellor is acting with a sense of integrity. He hasn't stooped so low as to give aid to terrorists, unlike some others I could name.
Ooh.
I want you to at least understand that.
Wait, so...
Wow, she really said it. So the noble faction's been the one backing the terrorists, huh?
I mean, I can't be shocked about it. I can't be shocked, but like also, y'all really stooping low to help terrorists.
I'm afraid there's no longer any doubting it. We've all but confirmed the involvement of Duke Cayenne, the most prominent representative of the four great houses. The 3 airships the Imperial Liberation Front have been using have been traced back to Ordis as well.
I'd wondered how they got their hands on those.
I've heard the Duke is just a gaudy old man, but... Eustace's brother came to pick him up in Legram, didn't he?
That's what Toval told us. And now, Rufus just so happens to pop up on another of his secret trips. Captain Claire, what's going on in Roer? And how are Elisa's family and the Rhineford Company involved?
I guess it's time to get to the matter I called you here for in the first place. The Railway Military Police is currently weighing the possibility of a forced inspection of Rhineford's first factory.
Sounds serious.
The first factory belongs to one of Rhineford's major divisions, right?
Correct. It's one of the main divisions and handles the bulk of the company's iron and steel processing, among other things. They're also currently under suspicion of something I'm not at liberty to discuss with you right now. The 2 of you are aware that project management at Rhineford is split up across several major branches, right?
It is?
And on top of that, she's got her hands in the development of our Arcus units too. It's way too much work for one person.
Ah.
How many projects does Mother have under her wing right now?
Well, I'm afraid I can't give a simple answer to that. But suffice to say, the chairman only knows about a small number of the projects in development by the Rhineford Group. Well, lately, the directors have.
Come to think of it, I overheard Elisa and Sharon talking about something like that.
For years now, Rhineford has been the Empire's heavyweight when it comes to heavy industry and manufacturing. The company is split into different divisions that handle things like steel production, railways, weaponry, and tools. The problem is that those divisions have simply become too large. Large enough to have their own internal allegiances, some to the nobles, with others supporting the reformist faction.
Are you serious?
Oof.
So even companies are taking sides.
I'm sure Irina Rhineford is aware of this to at least some extent as the company's chairman. But the self-supporting accounting system she introduced has the side effect of granting each division a long leash. Because of that, I doubt even she has a full grasp of the situation.
So, the first factory you guys have your sights set on for that inspection is aligned with the Noble faction, I assume.
You assume correctly. And the Provincial Army is doing everything it can to stop us from carrying out that investigation. That's what led to this evening's quarrel. I imagine Chairman Irina is currently doing her utmost to rein in all the divisions and get them back in line. The thing is, when she seized control of the company 5 years ago, she had to rely on support from both sides. Being indebted to them like that, I have my doubts she'll be able to target the underlying problem.
sounding shadier by the minute.
You can say that again. The situation seems even more dire than I thought. And while all this is going on, the factional conflict keeps burning hot across the rest of the Empire.
I've told you as much as I can right now. Tensions are mounting all over the country, but Roer has an extra fuse of its own. Try to gain an understanding of the crisis unfolding here. Then do your best to stay out of it. Whatever other lessons Class 7 takes away from this field study, I hope that ends up on the list. I wish you the best with the remainder of your field study.
Her mom is in deep shit.
Please have the bill sent to the Railway Military Police Branch Office in Roer Station.
Certainly. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Wait! The bill!
Looks like she just picked up our tab. She gave us some good intel, too. For free, even.
I can't just go running after her now. Looks like we owe her one.
So, you like the mature type, huh? She's sorta like Sarah, except responsible and composed.
You can say that again. Oh.
Must be yours.
Hello? Reen Schwarzer speak.
Reen, what are you doing?
What?
Oh, it's just you, Elisa.
Well, what do you mean it's just you? Is it true some girl invited you out for a night on the town?
Who told you this? Sharon? Please tell me you didn't tell her that.
Whoa, hold on. A late night date? I thought you only had eyes for me, Reen.
I do!
Anyway, good job, kiddo. You better spill all the details later, huh?
I hate you. I hate and love you at the same time.
He'll do no such thing.
I mean, I didn't. Listen, I only have eyes for Crow. He said it himself.
Now, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Fee was with him too.
Still, it was rash of you to go out on your own without at least consulting us.
Sharon, look what you caused.
Ready to head back?
Yeah, I think that'd be for the best.
This is true, though. I only have eyes for Crow and Reen.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world.
That is true.
I've got a little reward here for you.
This is true, and I will stick to it to the way I die.
Keep up the good work.
Ah, it's S and V.
The time has come. First Hype, then Crossbow, now Roer shall be the third to witness our conviction.
As you wish.
We'll hit them so hard, they'll be picking up the pieces for weeks. You heard the boss, man. Tomorrow's a red-letter day for us. A real do-or-die moment, in every sense of the word.
All our preparations will be rewarded soon, when we sweep in and take the Chancellor's head. Keep your eyes on the prize, and give it all you've got!
Yeah!
Oh, joy! Day 2 is gonna be fun! Okay, Neku. Thanks for stopping by. I very much appreciate it. It was good seeing you again.
So tired.
The air here is so fresh, especially for a city with this many factories. Must be because we're up in the mountains.
I'll say, compared to the capital, the air quality is pristine.
Well, the capital does have a few 100,000 more people living there.
You're still mad?
Sure is a nice day today, isn't it, Elisa?
Not as nice as last night must have been.
I told you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll bet you are. I cannot believe you! After all those things you said to me last night, you go rushing out to meet another girl!
Save me. Someone save me from this.
Ooh, the skies might be clear, but I'm sensing a stormy forecast today.
I'm going to kick you.
Well, all things considered, even if we assume Captain Claire is trustworthy, I'm not sure how wise it was to go out on your own.
I know. In hindsight, I regret keeping it to myself.
Still, it was pretty bold of Captain Claire to show up alone to meet Reen. Even dressed down, I wouldn't have thought she'd go out alone with the provincial army on patrol.
I'm guessing she's more than strong enough to handle herself. Not sure what her weapon of choice is, though.
I wish I could have seen her all dolled up, though. Bet she was a real knockout.
I'm gonna knock you out in a second.
Come on, that would put a spring in any man's step. I don't blame you for sneaking out alone.
I'm going to kick you. Shut up, Crow. Why are you the way that you are? Do you want Elisa to kill me?
No, it's not like I knew she was going to show up wearing a cocktail dress. I swear.
You seemed pretty taken by her when she showed up yesterday, though.
Fee, whose side are you on?
And your eyes were glued to her right up until she left the scene.
I'm going. Why? Y'all want Reen's death. I'm gonna learn this. It's gonna be Reen's tombstone, and it's gonna be like, here lies Reen Swartzer. Death by Elisa's bow.
Oh, really?
Oh.
So while we were enjoying a quiet evening, you were out carousing with a beautiful woman, were you?
I hate all of you besides Elliot. Why are you the way that you are?
You lucky son of for shame, Reen. We're here representing the Academy on a field study.
I'm going to... Marcus, this is why you're not on my team. You suck anyway.
I swear, you guys are just making things up at this point.
Elliot, back me up here, right? You're on my side, right?
But thanks to the information I got from her, we have a pretty good idea what's going on here in Roer. And now that we know, we should be able to do something about it. What do you think, Elisa?
Yeah, I'm in.
So in short, the first factory did something to catch the eye of the railway military police, prompting an inspection. And all the while, the provincial army's been here blatantly trying to prevent them from doing that?
Let's not forget that the first factory is run by none other than the Noble faction.
I know that the divisional directors have been operating without much in the way of executive oversight for years now. But Mother always allowed it. She thought that encouraging competition among the divisions would yield more innovations. I never thought that'd lead to something like this.
Seems like the lesser of two evils.
By the way, hearing about the first factory made me curious. Do the other divisions have their own political allegiances?
Well, to give you a basic idea, this is a bit oversimplified, of course. Divisions are made up of many people, and they all have their own opinions. But the positions of each division's directors are clear as day, though.
Yes, Edge. Very, I agree. Wholeheartedly.
The first and second factories in particular have had a pretty fierce rivalry going on between them for years. But even still, I wouldn't have expected the first factory to do something flagrant enough to prompt a military inspection.
Neither would I.
All right, we're gonna do whatever it takes to get to the bottom of this. And when we tie this up all nice and neat for her, even my mother will have to admit she's grateful to us.
Sounds like a plan.
That's the spirit.
Offhand, I'd say this falls under the scope of our field study too.
Thanks, everyone.
Sounds like we're in for a ride.
Anyway, let's take a look at the field study tasks Sharon gave us for today.
Oh my god, that'd be a disaster. You shouldn't be so bad.
It's still 8 a.m., so we have plenty of time to work our way through the list.
And while we're doing that, we can ask the people we meet about how things stand between Reinford's divisions. Look alive, everyone. It's time to get to work.
Right.
Roger.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's already been 7 hours. Ugh. Alright, I gotta stretch for a bit. Hold up.